We interrupt this program for an ABC 3340 storm alert from the Weather Authority.
It's 10:42. This is James Spann back in the Weather Center. We are on the air with a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for parts of, in fact, basically all of Marion and all of Lamar counties. This will be a different kind of night tonight. Instead of tornadoes being the main concern, as Evan has talked about, long areas of severe wind, 58 mile per hour wind or greater, that's the main concern. So instead of these small polygons you typically see for tornado warnings, we're going to see larger polygons in these cases for entire counties. And again, we do note there is a tornado warning in effect for this line segment here in northeastern Mississippi, but that tornadic signature has basically gone away, and that's the reason the Weather Service has opted to issue severe thunderstorm warnings in effect now for, again, all of Marion and for all of Lamar counties as the line moves in here. And as we go through the night tonight, understand that the biggest issue will be strong straight line winds, and one of the main concerns is this. It is the fact that the ground is saturated. Keep in mind, earlier this week, we had some spots getting 3, 4, 5, even 6 inches of rain. And because the ground is saturated, that means we'll probably see a number of trees that will be going down. And if a tree comes onto your house, that's not good. So one of the things you might consider tonight is if you are under a severe thunderstorm warning, for example, Lamar and Marion, you might want to take it as a tornado warning. Especially if you have trees around your house, and just go to a safe place, a small interior room, hall, closet, bathroom, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows. Same thing we tell you to do in case of a tornado because of the potential for trees coming down with strong straight line winds. And I say this all the time, does it really matter if it's straight line winds or a tornado that knocks a tree onto your house? You just need to be in a safe place. So let's expand this out, Evan. And again, we're going to be here for a while tonight into the pre-dawn hours tomorrow as we are watching this line come through the state. You can see the line now is moving into the northwestern corner of the state up around the shoals. Really, this line segment up here, it looks pretty tame. The wind's velocity, not that bad. Lightning output, not that impressive. So for the shoals, again, for those watching on the live stream, you're going to have gusty winds, heavy rain for a brief time, but the storms are currently under severe limits for Colbert and Lauderdale counties up in northwest Alabama, and really the same thing for Franklin. And again, you see the warnings in effect here. This is for Lamar and Marion, the whole county, not just a segment of the county, for the line segment coming in. And again, the tornado warning you see here, the tornadic signature has basically gone away. It could come back. And that's the one thing about it. We talk about the main issue tonight being damaging straight line winds, but within this line where we have little kinks and breaks from time to time, there could be a brief isolated tornado, and these are very hard to deal with. Typically in a squall line like this, these tornadoes are very brief and they're down for maybe 3, 4, 5 minutes, they go back up, and it's like playing whack-a-mole. You warn, it goes away. You warn, it goes away. And these are so hard to deal with. It's one of the challenges we have here in this part of the country, and especially these late night storms. But again, the signature that prompted this warning, that's basically gone away. And again, that's the reason we have no tornado warnings in effect for Alabama, but severe thunderstorm warnings. Then the line extends all the way down to near Jackson, and we do note that there's a tornado warning in effect now for some of the areas just to the east of Jackson, Mississippi, for that segment there. And the air is a little more unstable down here, but most of the polygons so far have been severe thunderstorm warnings, and I think that's going to be the case through the night. And let me just say, Evan, you've been here in the office for a while. I've not heard of any major damage in Mississippi so far, have you? Most of the reports I've seen were pretty tame.
No, James, but it does look like they're going to go ahead and issue a tornado warning for Marion County, so I'm going to hop back up to that one. It looks like they've seen enough to initiate a very small polygon, including Bexar, the Happy Hill Church area, Hackleburg, and Bear Creek, and this will go until 11:30. So that is for what is coming out of Mississippi. I've not seen anything yet other than a couple trees down in Mississippi, but these storms have really ramped up here in the last 30 minutes. Really, coming into the 10 o'clock show, I was looking around, I was like, man, the storms don't look as intense. It looks fairly benign. Thunderstorms, sure, some gusty winds, but nothing very concerning. And now you've got this uptick in intensity here, and this is not the best signature I've seen here for a tornado warning, but it indeed is a tornado warning for...
Go to velocity, base velocity, and it looks a whole lot better on that product if you can do that. I'm looking at it over here. It looks pretty good. Again, that tornado, Evan, the signature is right across the state line along Interstate 22.
Okay, there it is.
Yeah, that's what we're looking at right there. So, again, this is a radar indicated tornado that is near Tremont, Mississippi, along Interstate 22, and that's about to cross over into Alabama. So let's look at the polygon one more time, and let me just show you who's in and who's out. So again, we have a tornado warning now for northern Marion County. All right, so this is a relatively small polygon because understand tornadoes are small, counties are big, and let's point out that Hamilton is right here. This is the southern edge of the polygon, so Hamilton is not in the polygon, but understand everybody will deal with the line of storms. And you've got a severe thunderstorm warning, and you've got the chance of damaging straight line winds. But in terms of the risk from a brief isolated tornado, that's going to be the northern part of the county. That does include the city of Hackleburg, which is right here. This is U.S. Highway 43 coming out of Hamilton. So we just wanted to be sure that everybody understands that everybody's under a warning in all of Marion, all of Lamar counties, a severe thunderstorm warning. But the tornado warning is in effect for the northern half, I'd say the northern third, really, maybe even quarter of Marion County north of Hamilton. So again, this is for the circulation that is along Interstate 22 that will be moving through northern Marion County. And I will say in the last couple of volume scans, it's basically started to go away again. And that's what I've talked about, playing whack-a-mole with these things. Let's put that velocity product back on. And again, it doesn't look that good at this point, but again, that circulation is pretty much right along Interstate 22 right in through here. And again, that will be moving through northern Lamar. And this will come and it will go. And trying to warn for these things, it is a booger. It is a challenge. But again, you can see the approximate arrival. Yeah, let's put the ETAs in here. If we can do a list, Evan, don't know if we can do that or not, but maybe list some of the communities in the path of this and put the ETAs on here. And these are just approximations. This gives you an idea of maybe what to expect with this. And again, you can see, looks like we got the churches going here. We're doing a little revival here tonight. We got some churches on the line here.
Everyone knows where their church is, so
yeah,
this is helpful.
But again, these are churches. We'll see if we can flip over to the communities here in just a second. But again, I would say if you're in Hackleburg, it's probably about 30 minutes away. And again, I want to stress that the tornado warning polygon is going to be north of Hamilton. The Hamilton is right there. And this is your polygon right in through here. And again, you can see that this will include areas to the north of Hamilton and that broad zone up toward Hackleburg. So the first tornado warning of the event is with this line. And the line is not quite into the state yet. But I will tell you that, again, this circulation is just coming and going. It's pretty fascinating to watch it come and go. In fact, what I want to do, let's see here. Ebony, I'm going to be calling a lot tonight for WEX05. I don't think Ebony's worked the tornado event with us. Ebony's going to be broke. She is going to be getting her first session with us here tonight. So, Ebony, if we can take WEX05 and put that behind me, this is kind of a different radar view. And thank you. Again, this is the spot right here that we've been watching. Again, same radar. This is coming from the Columbus Air Force Base radar, just a different view. And that's Interstate 22 right here. And it just doesn't look as good as it did 5 minutes ago. But again, still, it could cycle right back up. So tornado warning polygon right here. Hackleburg is right here. Let's go back to Lynx 1, which is the main graphics system. We'll kind of bounce back and forth between sources tonight. So again, Evan, boy, that's cool. Wow. We can go back to Lynx 1, the weather graphics. Thank you. Evan, again, I interrupted. I'm sorry, any damage reports? I don't think I've heard of any so far from this.
No, when I looked over at what was being reported in Jackson, a couple people said there were some tree limbs down, some minor damage, but that was back towards the beginning of this event. Still looks pretty quiet. Keep in mind there's a lot of very rural areas in Mississippi, so it's not going to immediately pop into place. But I do think we're going to start to see a bigger uptick in these damage reports if the storms continue to trend the way they are. Seeing back.
We'll take Evan's camera if we can do that, Ebony. Thank you.
Yeah, and back in Hinds County, Mississippi, it appears that there's a couple trees that are now down. But again, that's back well to the west of here. But as we start to see these damage reports trending upwards, it's likely that that line is intensifying. And as that approaches the state line of Alabama, that'll be what we have to watch for is stronger straight line winds, this occasional spin up of what we've seen here in velocity. So zoom back into this one here near the Trentmont area. This is right across the line. And this is the spot we're watching. It is right where the reds and the greens touch. And again, we want red and green on Christmas only, but fairly broad rotation. And this will tighten up, go away, tighten up, go away. Very cyclical in nature, meaning that they'll cycle, they'll go away, they'll come back. And this is about to head into Scottsville, Bexar. I'm not sure what sort of change in our locations got into the system, but it's wanting to populate churches here in Marion County, no matter what I try to do here. So I'll pop this up again. And looks like if you're near Bexar, that's coming in within the next 7 minutes. If you're near Antioch or Antioch Free Will Baptist Church, you're looking at, a little bit closer to about 25 minutes or so. But this is all coming into the northern part of Marion County here within the next half hour. So tornado or not, it's an impressive storm, and it'll be one that we absolutely need to watch. I'll zoom out here before we toss this back, but the rest of Marion County and Lamar County is in a severe thunderstorm warning polygon. So you'll see that here. That includes Hamilton, Brilliant, Ewan, places where it's not raining right now. And so this will come up on you quick. I said this earlier in one of the updates is you'll be sitting around and there won't be any sign, maybe a bit of a breeze, and then boom, this line's gonna be there. So we'll certainly have to watch for that here over the next couple of hours. We have another tornado warning that includes the Starkville area, Oktibbeha County. So we'll have to watch this as it gets closer to the state line as well. I'll draw a time of arrival on that into Pickens County at about 11:47. Over here near Aberdeen, this line that has a severe thunderstorm warning about 11:25 to the edge of Lamar County. And again, the further south you go, the later on that line. And the one active tornado warning, again, has kind of been going back and forth as far as its intensity. It looks like it has trended downward once again here. But again, this is one of those nights where we're on guard for the strong straight line winds. But as tough as it is to think of, within these lines, we call it a QLCS, a fancy term for a line of thunderstorms, you'll get these eddies or these little spin-ups on either end of a bow echo, and every now and then you'll get a quick tornado touchdown. So I think the overall threat here is going to be strong straight line winds. I've seen a couple reports of that back into Mississippi, but we cannot rule out a tornado. So good time to be weather aware. Weather radios will be going off, and that's a good thing because that means you're hearing it, you're getting the warnings, and we're staying aware, and that's what we want here tonight.
All right, so it's 10:54, and again, we've got a tornado warning in effect now for northern Lamar County. And I will say that line is actually into, is this the Columbus radar, Evan? I guess that is.
Yeah.
Okay. What I'm seeing on my screen looks a little different from what I'm seeing on television here, but I think that line is actually crossed over into Alabama at this point. And again, the polygon is here. And like Evans talked about, the circulation has clearly faded at this point. But I will say there's actually evidence of another circulation that's up here in this line segment coming into Russell County, which is right here. You've got the town of Phil Campbell, which is over here. But in terms of the sizable population centers in this polygon, that will be Hackleburg and Bear Creek. Hackleburg here, Bear Creek here. Those are communities in Marion County, and both of those are in the polygon. And again, looking at the velocity data, there's pretty much no doubt that the signature's gone away. But let me just say, we're focusing, I think, too much on this tornado warning. The whole line is going to produce strong winds. We're getting reports of trees down now in Hamilton, and we now have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect now to the north. This includes parts of Lauderdale, Colbert, Franklin counties. All of Marion, all of Lamar in a severe thunderstorm warning. I know that the tornado warnings, everybody wants to focus on that, and certainly they are important, but having said that, the main concern with this, not these tornadoes, they're going to last very briefly, it's the potential for a lot of wind damage blowing down trees. And understand, because we have such a saturated soil condition, that trees will come down a little more easily than typically would be the case in a situation like this. So once again, just be aware that we've got clearly potential for trees to come down in all of these counties and cross the entire line here tonight. And from time to time, like that, we'll have these tornado warnings that pop up. And again, the Weather Service is going to continue this for the moment. But again, it certainly looks as if, for the moment, that particular tornado signature has gone away. Tornado or not, forget that. You're going to see potential for strong, damaging straight line winds with this entire line that stretches now from near Waterloo up in Lauderdale County right down through the western part of the state. And again, the line is pretty much clearly hugging the Alabama-Mississippi state line at this point as we watch it all together here. And again, the line will be coming through all of Marion, all of Lamar, all of Franklin, all of Colbert, and all of Lauderdale counties in the next 15 to 30 minutes. And again, all of these counties are under severe thunderstorm warnings. And just one word of advice tonight, you might consider treating a severe thunderstorm warning as a tornado warning. Ebony, I want to go to WEX 05 for just a minute, if we can, because I want to show this is going to be a real-time look at this, and if you can key that behind me, that would be great. We have a tornado warning in effect now that is for much of Franklin County, northern Marion County, parts of southern Colbert County, and the western part of Lawrence County. And let me pop on the velocity display. And again, you can see really we've got a couple of different circulations going on here. We have one here that's a little east of Red Bay, another one down here that's not too far from Vina. So there's actually two circulations going on now in Franklin County. And the circulation that has produced the tornado warning in Marion County is located right here. Again, Hamilton is here. This is the southern extent of the polygon right here. So Hamilton is not in the tornado warning polygon, but everybody in all of Marion, all of Lamar, you're in a severe thunderstorm warning. So again, wind damage, a definite possibility across the entire line. But again, we're seeing evidence of circulations now east of Red Bay, that's in Franklin County, near Vina in Franklin County. And again, northwest of Hamilton, that's the one that's going to be coming out here toward Hackleburg and Bear Creek. Phil Campbell is right here. And again, this is the new polygon right here for basically most all of Franklin County because we have two distinct circulations here. The western part of Lawrence County, Moulton is right here. That's Alabama Highway 157. And again, the far southern part of Colbert County, Littleville is right here. That's U.S. Highway 43. So the polygons up here do include Littleville and Colbert County, Russellville, Phil Campbell, and again, the northern part of Marion County, including Hackleburg and Phil Campbell. So we'll stay with WEX 05 for just a second. We'll pitch it back over to Evan just a second here, but I wanted to show activity, and I'll take off the, and again, you can see those notches. You could just clearly see a notch here, which could be a tornado just to the southeast of Vina. And again, the possibility of a tornado here in Marion County. And again, that's the one coming out toward Hackleburg, Bear Creek. Again, if we're calling out any of your towns, you want to be sheltered. And again, one consideration tonight is the fact that you might want to be sheltered even if you are in a severe thunderstorm warning. Treat it as if there's a tornado warning in effect. So again, a line of severe storms up here coming into northwest Alabama, all of Lamar, all of Marion under a severe thunderstorm warning. We have a tornado warning in effect for northern Marion, tornado warning in effect for most all of Franklin, extreme southern Colbert, and the western part of Lawrence counties up here in the northwestern part of the state. The line of storms will likely be coming into Tuscaloosa and Birmingham, Cullman, places like that after midnight tonight. We're coming right up on 11 o'clock. It's going to be after midnight, most likely before the storms get in there. And again, looking at the Weather Service chat for any reports of damage in here. I've seen trees down in parts of Hamilton from the line, not from a tornado, but from the line itself. But again, everybody watching us, you're going to be dealing with this line at some point during its life cycle tonight. Again, Birmingham is here, Tuscaloosa here. That's the line, and everybody's going to deal with that. And there's the one Evan talked about, that other tornado warning, Octibbeha, Mississippi, and again, parts of Lowndes County as well for a possible tornado that's located just south of Starkville. That's coming up toward Columbus, Mississippi. And again, for our friends in Pickens County, they'll have to watch that pretty carefully here. Evan, back over to you. Looks like you've got your radar back on the track now.
Well, James, we're going to have to go with some more primitive radar. We got level 3 data. Level 2 is out across all Barron platforms. So bear with us here.
I've got it over here, so we're good.
We got it. So you know, we'll have different products. I'm scrambling over here. I'm trying to get the data back up, but system issue. Either way, as James mentioned, we're watching a couple of those tornado warning polygons. And again, people get focused on tornadoes, and yes, those are very damaging, but the winds are going to be a big story tonight. So it looks like in Marion County, the storm's not produced a tornado at this time, according to the National Weather Service. And we're continuing to watch for the potential straight line wind damage along this line. So where you're seeing those higher returns, those reds, that's where we have some of the heaviest rain, the strongest winds. We also have a decent amount of lightning too, 72 strikes in the last 10 minutes in this scan alone. We also have a view up in, I believe, Marion County, a traffic cam up there, and not a whole lot to see with this. The rain's starting to come down, but you'll get a torrentially heavy rain for a short amount of time, and then it'll move along, and you will get some wind gusts as well. So I'll be cycling through here trying to get that other data back, but for now we'll be using this to the best we can. You look up at this tornado warning. This is for Franklin. So this is just outside of the DMA, but you saw how quickly that spun up. We had nothing there, and then boom, it was there. So it's a good idea to be on guard, and I'm going to take this out to kind of the big picture here for folks who've messaged me and said, hey, you know, what about Tuscaloosa? Where are they at? If you look at this line, the way it's oriented from northeast to southwest, it's getting to our northwestern counties first. It's going to be arriving to places further south a little bit later. So I'm going to draw some time of arrivals for this line. So we'll take this over to the edge of Tuscaloosa County, 12:04 a.m. And this might fluctuate if these cells speed up. This one down south of Macon, Mississippi, a little bit after midnight for places like Utah. And then this cell that's to the north of Newton, south of Philadelphia, Mississippi, to Demopolis, 12:30. So we have a little ways to go, but we get to watch the evolution of these storms and what happens when it moves into this environment, because those areas I just talked about saw an increase in temperatures, increase in those dew points earlier, and this would be the more unstable part of central Alabama. So if we do see intensification along the line, it would be here. If these cells do not intensify in this part of southwestern Alabama, that would be a good sign as well. But we have several tornado warning polygons on the other side of this, so obviously this will bear watching. Again, at this time, I'm not seeing anything notable as for damage reports, but again, it's going to take some time as we move forward to get these coming in. I'm seeing reports back in Jackson of some very strong winds near Carthage, some trees down in Carthage, Mississippi, if you know where that is. And we'll continue to watch, again, at the evolution as we learn a lot about the environment that these are working through and about the behavior of the line as it gets closer to Alabama. So that's where we're at right now. And for those of you, who've just tuned in, I want to touch on this too as well. We do have a tornado watch in place. This goes until 4 o'clock. It's for every central Alabama county there. And yes, we're under a tornado watch. But the underlying threat here tonight is certainly those strong straight line winds. We could see gusts up to 70 miles an hour, and that can be just as destructive. So we have to be on guard for those, as well as these spin-up tornadoes that can happen from time to time within this line. So at this time, we've got a handful of warnings, all for northwestern Alabama. And you can see by these outlined polygons here, severe thunderstorm warning for all of Marion County. This little sliver here of a tornado warning for northern Marion County. That includes Hackleburg, Scottsville. Right there at 43.
By the way, don't say Bexar. They're going to run you out of town.
Oh, boy.
They're going to run you out of town. It's Bear.
Bear.
Just like an old bear.
Old Bear. All right, at Bear, Scottsville. Keep me tight on that. I don't want to offend anybody with town names.
I love
there.
Marion County.
Yeah, good folks up there. It looks like the northern third of the county is what's involved in that polygon here, and then you get further north and you have that separate cell it's moving through Franklin County. But yeah, this is started. It's on the way, and we're going to continue to watch this as it moves across central
Let's
Alabama.
go to put WEXO 5 behind me. This is going to be the level 2 data, and again, this is the good high resolution data. And again, we've got, and again, it's going to be challenging messaging this thing tonight because everybody's going to pay attention to tornado warnings. Hardly anybody pays attention to severe thunderstorm warnings. You need to do that tonight. In fact, it might be a good idea if you go under a severe thunderstorm warning to treat that like a tornado warning. But again, we're just not seeing any strong evidence of a tornado within the line segment here in northern Marion. We did earlier, and that prompted that tornado warning. Still, if you're in Hackleburg, Bear Creek, notice how thin that tornado warning polygon is. It's tiny. It just includes Hackleburg and Bear Creek, and that's it. But again, as long as you're in the polygon, you have to respect the polygon and stay sheltered until that totally goes away. And again, because all of Marion County and all of Lamar County is under a severe thunderstorm warning, wouldn't be a bad idea just to stay sheltered until that line passes you. But the good news about tonight, it's one and done. Once the line passes, you're done. That's it. There's nothing coming behind it. But while we've got this view up here, let me put on the velocity display. And again, we've noticed really a couple of pretty decent rotations up in here in Franklin County to the north of Marion County. And you can see one here north of Hodges. We have one along Highway 24 moving up in the direction of U.S. Highway 43. Russellville is right here. Phil Campbell is down and through here. These circulations are going to pass north of Phil Campbell, but they might clip extreme southern Colbert. That's the reason Littleville is in a tornado warning polygon here. So again, you can see there's just not much evidence of a tornado in Marion at this point. But still, as long as that little skinny polygon is in effect, I would stay sheltered. And once again, if you're in a severe thunderstorm warning, you might want to be in a small room near the center, away from windows, a small closet bathroom tonight, just to be on the safe side. But again, right now, the greatest evidence of tornado activity is in Franklin County up in northwest Alabama to the north. So let me pop on the reflectivity product here. And again, this is kind of the big picture, and you can see that we have, and let me just also mention this concerning the tornado warning down here in Oktibbeha County, Mississippi. That is past Starkville now. I know that everybody with sons or daughters at Mississippi State, they got the maroon alert. Well, that danger has ended for Starkville and has ended for the campus of Mississippi State tonight. The storm is now to the east of Starkville, approaching Columbus down here. And again, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Alabama, for all of Lamar, all of Marion counties for this line that's coming in here. And the main concern statewide tonight, it's strong, potentially damaging straight line winds. Could there be a brief isolated tornado? Absolutely. That's the reason there's a tornado watch in effect until 4 a.m. But again, you can see the situation is that Birmingham is here, Cullman here, Huntsville here, Tuscaloosa here. The line will come into those cities, Huntsville, Decatur, Cullman, Birmingham, Tuscaloosa, after midnight tonight. It's 11:07. It's probably going to be sometime toward 12:30, 1 a.m. before the storms get in through here. Could there be additional tornado warnings? Absolutely. But I just wanted to show the big picture here to let you know that the line is clearly into northwest Alabama. The good news, the storms are below severe limits up in the shoals. Florence, Sheffield, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals. Sure, it's gusty, but the winds are not at severe limits. Severe limit, by the way, is 58 miles per hour. That's the severe criteria. So in the shoals, sure, it's windy, wet, but the storms are under severe limits. The problems begin here in Franklin County, Marion County, and Lamar County, where we have either tornado warnings or severe thunderstorm warnings in effect. So one more time, let me stop this and let's take a look at our circulations up here. And for those watching on the television side, keep in mind most folks watch us over on the digital side on YouTube or Facebook, ABC 3340, and of course over there are no boundaries. So a lot of people watch us in different parts of the state, and that's the reason we often talk about them on here as well. So here's a look at the Velocity product, and again, we just don't see any strong evidence of tornado activity in Marion County at this point. Could it recycle? Sure. But remember, everybody's going to see strong straight line winds. I don't want people to think, well, there's no evidence of a tornado, we have no problems. You're under a severe thunderstorm warning. So again, all of Marion, all of Lamar, when that line passes, it's going to be very windy, perhaps enough wind to knock down some trees and power lines. And that's the other thing tonight. We're probably going to see some outages across the state. And again, up into Franklin County, which is right here. This is U.S. Highway 43. Again, we're seeing these rotations within the line, and these will come and they're going to go. These will not be long track tornadoes. They will not be. They will be short-lived, and they're not going to last long. But if they get down for 2 minutes and they get down on your street, then you've got a real problem. So just understand that we could see some isolated brief tornadoes, and that's the reason for the tornado warning in effect. And again, over here in Lawrence, this does not include Moulton. Moulton is not in the polygon at this point. The polygon begins just off to the west up here toward Hatton, and then points to the west into Colbert. It's extreme southern Colbert and Franklin counties. And again, we just don't see any strong tornado evidence for our friends in Hackleburg. Of course, Hackleburg has had the horrific EF5 April 27, 2011. Everybody's on edge. A lot of people have weather anxiety when you have dealt with something like that, and we certainly understand that. So let's go back to the reflectivity. And again, you can see that we've got the line segment coming into northern Lamar, which is right up here. Sullivan, Alabama Highway 17, right in through here, Vernon here. And again, the line itself runs from the Shoals right down to Hamilton, down to approaching Sullivan here in Lamar County, and then it curves down toward Columbus, Mississippi. And this messy, massive convection will be moving into West Alabama, into parts of Pickens and Sumter counties. And again, we note down to the south there is a tornado warning in effect for areas north of Interstate 20. Again, Meridian here, Newton here. This line segment here potentially producing a tornado. In fact, very quickly, let me go to the Jackson, Mississippi radar. We'll take a look at this particular segment here and look at the velocity. And this is the kind of stuff that will be coming into the state later. Looks a little messy at this point. Again, these things come and they go. Sometimes you'll see a tornado, very well-defined tornado for one volume scan, and they're gone. That might be the case in this situation. But again, clearly the instability values are a little higher over parts of west and southwest Alabama. The dew points are higher. So again, back to the big picture. Again, if you're in Tuscaloosa, Birmingham, Cullman, say probably 1 to 2 a.m. like that. Jasper probably closer to 1 a.m. Double Springs, Haleyville, Double Springs, you'll have these storms, I'd say, within the next 30 to 45 minutes. And the tornado warning that was in effect for Marion County has totally gone away. So the Marion County tornado warning is off the board, but again, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. All of Marion, all of Lamar. The only tornado warning in effect now is for parts of eastern Franklin, western Lawrence, and extreme southeastern Colbert counties up in northwest Alabama for a little line segment up and through there. Evan, your radar is back. You look happy. You're smiling over there.
Yep. Well, I got my data back.
All right.
Took a couple of phone calls there, but we've got our data back here, which is good stuff. Now we can keep up with this in real time here. So what we're watching now, again, as James has been talking about here, is this cluster of storms that's moved into western Alabama. This polygon that was in place for Marion County, at least the tornado sliver that was right up here, included Hackleburg, northern ends of Highway 43 here. That has been allowed to expire. I believe they've canceled that. Still a severe thunderstorm warning for the remainder of the county because, again, like we've said, this line is going to possess the ability to, at any point, have strong straight-line winds. The wind energy with the system is pretty impressive. It's overcoming the fact that we don't have a ton of instability to work with. James was talking about those dew points and the temperatures, and they came up some in western Alabama, but the further north and east you go, the less there is. But the fact that we're able to keep this line going and it intensifying well after the sun has gone down is a testament to the amount of dynamic support that is in play. So I'm going to try to draw this squall track here and kind of give you an idea of the timing roughly, and it's going to vary a little bit depending on where we're at here, but we've got several locations that are going to be impacted by this eventually. Fayette, as well as Double Springs, Carbon Hill, probably within the next, I would say 30 or 45 minutes. For some reason, those churches all wanting to populate there, so we're going to go back to our actual individual tracks. So Fayette, arrival time of this line is probably about 11:45, right? We look a little bit further to the south, the cell that's coming out of Starkville, Oktibbeha County, into central Pickens County near Reform, about 11:45, 11:47. So this, again, it's going to be upon us quick. It's going to roll through quick, and the negative side of it moving this fast is it gets upon you very quickly. You got to be prepared, know that this is coming. The good news, it zooms through, and there's nothing behind it. In fact, I'll zoom out a little further to give you kind of an idea of the big picture. Again, this is the Columbus radar, but you look back here, I-55, completely clear, and there's nothing behind it, right? So this is one loud round potentially, and then we're in the clear. So again, be prepared. I think next up, of course, is going to be parts of Fayette County, Pickens County. Eventually, you're going to have Greene and Hale, Sumter counties as well, in the westernmost extent of central Alabama. And as this moves through, it's going to pack a punch. As of now, I'm scanning here in the Jackson, Mississippi chat to kind of see, if we see that there's a history with this line of storms of producing wind damage, that's helpful into seeing into what it might do once it gets into Alabama. So at this time, a lot of the wind damage has been back further to the south and west with the cells that are down a little bit closer to Jackson, Mississippi. I'll switch on over Radar Products now and head down there. But a lot of what we've seen is coming out of Jackson near Crystal Springs and headed off to the north and east. We have this tornado warning just to the south of Philadelphia, Mississippi. And to give you an idea on this particular cell about how long it would take to get to a place like Utah, we're probably talking about a little bit after 1 o'clock in the morning. So we're just now entering that window of this moving through central Alabama. I'll go back to the DMA view and we'll loop this for you here over the last 30 minutes or so. And you can see as this comes into the state, again, the orientation, northeast to southwest, the lead edge of this being the part in question. You get right behind it, and there's nothing severe about it. It's right at the front of this. It's gusty winds. It's these occasional eddies, these spin-ups we get within the line that are going to be of importance to watch. as this evolves and moves across the state here over the next several hours. But yes, we got our data back, we got good stuff, so we can press on.
Yeah, we can press on. So again, we will put the main graphics behind me here. And if we could take WEX 05 full screen for just a second. I wanted to show some damage. This is in northeastern Mississippi, and this is what these winds are capable of doing. And again, we probably had winds of 45, 50, maybe 55 miles an hour that caused the damage to that awning at a gas station. Again, that's the type of winds we're seeing here. So let's go back to the radar. Again, we're live here at 11:16. This is James Spann with Evan Chikvera, and we'll be here for a while. We have one active tornado warning. This is for eastern Franklin and western Lawrence counties and extreme southeastern Colbert County up here in northwest Alabama. The radar signature has been coming and going here, but remember, everybody within this line will have the possibility of damaging straight line winds. So if you are under a severe thunderstorm warning tonight, it might not be a bad idea to treat that like a tornado warning when you're in a small room on the lowest floor near the center, no windows. The biggest concern, it's trees coming down. Now, if you don't have a lot of trees around your house, that's one thing, but if you do, you might want to be in a good, safe place, because the last thing you want is some type of tree that would come down onto a structure. And of course, if it comes down on a mobile home, that's also a big problem as well. So again, that line of severe storms coming right through Hamilton. It's going to be in Haleyville here fairly soon. Haleyville is right here. Double Springs is right here. Again, if you are in places like Hackleburg and Bear Creek, the tornado warning has gone away. The tornado signature is gone. And again, these tornado signatures, they will come and they will go tonight. They will not be up there for long. But still, you got a severe thunderstorm warning, and this line will basically affect everybody in the whole state tonight. It's going to affect Dothan and Ozark and southeast Alabama by 4 or 5 a.m. Early tomorrow morning. But again, if we can, Evan, let's look at Franklin County. Wanted to look at the velocity display up here very quickly, just kind of for our friends that are watching here. Remember, most people are watching on the digital side over on YouTube, the ABC 3340 YouTube channel, or the Facebook page here. So again, let's pop on the velocity. Phil Campbell is right here. And again, you can see there's just no real strong evidence of a tornado. Let's pop on the actual base velocity product, and we'll take a look at that. And we're just not seeing that right now. It looked pretty good. We actually had 2 circulations in Russell County earlier this evening when this warning was issued. US 43 is right here. Russellville, that's the county seat here. Phil Campbell is right here. Bear Creek and Marion County is right here, or just right across the line, right down and through here. And again, whatever, you still could see strong straight line winds. Let's pop the reflectivity back on. And again, that line itself in Franklin County is basically right on top of US 43 coming Russellville. Let's go down the line here. We'll just kind of keep going. We'll take a look at Marion County. And again, you can see that we've got the line right on top of Hamilton. It's coming into ultimately places like Guin and Winfield in the next 10 to 15 minutes with a chance of damaging winds. In northern Lamar County, the line is coming right now into Sulligent. And it's going to be coming into Vernon here, maybe 5 to 10 minutes, and then ultimately Millport and Kennedy. And from there, the line extends back into parts of Mississippi. Looking at the big picture, it looks like we still have that one tornado warning that is located north of Interstate 20, north of Newton, Mississippi down here. But really and truly, it doesn't look especially impressive on the radar. And again, we're going to see a situation tonight where these are not long-track tornadoes. These are tornadoes that are not going to be down for 2 hours or 1 hour or 30 minutes. They might be down for 2 minutes, and that's it. And again, looking at the velocity display coming out of Jackson, the signature pretty much has gone away for that polygon that's near Decatur and Union, Mississippi, and Philadelphia, Mississippi down here. So again, it's still on the board, but it looks pretty puny at this point. So back up this way. Again, we're stressed. We've got all of Marion, all of Lamar under a severe thunderstorm warning. And the line has coming through Hamilton right now. It's going to be in Guin and Winfield soon. Ultimately, places like Brilliant and Bear Creek and Hackleburg. And then it's going to cross into Winston. And I would imagine, and the one good thing about this is the fact that we can see some damage reports. We're going to see what happens with this line as it comes through Marion and Lamar. And if we don't get a lot of damage reports, if the winds are under 58 miles per hour, then it's very conceivable that we might be able to just let the warning go and we'll just get away with special weather statements through the night. But on the other hand, if we see winds at 58 miles per hour or greater, the Weather Service will continue these warnings over into Winston and Walker counties here. So again, if you're in Double Springs, Haleyville, you're about 30 minutes out. If you're down here in Jasper, Carbon Hill, Places like Fayette, Berry, and Fayette County, same thing. You're about 30, 45 minutes out. And just remember, as the storms come through, you'll see some very strong wind gusts, straight line winds. Could there be an isolated tornado? Yes. That's the reason there's a tornado watch for most of the state till 4 a.m. And again, there's the good news, though. Once this line passes, that's it. There's only one line, no second line, nothing behind it, except for some light rain. And the other thing to mention, too, out ahead of this line, it's pretty windy. Let's take this ALDOT camera. Well, the minute I say that, it freezes here. So let's don't take the ALDOT camera. I'm watching some of the cameras coming in here. We'll take that shot right now if we can. Tell me where this particular camera is located. Again, okay, this is up in the Shoals, up in the Tennessee Valley. And obviously, that is a part of the line where we do not have any, well, I take that back. There is a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for parts of Lauderdale and Colbert, including Florence, Sheffield, Tuscumbia, and Muscle Shoals. So again, that's what it looks like on the northern end of this line. And let me just say this too, we're doing a nighttime event. These are really hard to do. During the day, we can show all these camera views, we get all the videos, we can see a lot. At night, you can't see anything. And you know, it's not the most compelling visuals, if you will. But again, let's take that camera one more time. Well, tell you what, we're going to give up on these Algo cameras because it freezes about the time I look at it. I'm not sure if that's an internet connection back there in the back or what. We will get that fixed on Monday. So again, the line itself running from the Shoals down to Russellville, Hamilton, Sulligent, and then down into eastern Mississippi, not too far from Columbus. And again, that will be scooting over the state line. This is Lowndes County, Mississippi. This is Pickens County, Alabama, if you're in Reform. In fact, we've got a camera at Reform. Maybe, Evan, I know ours will work. We'll get our camera up. We'll take a look at the western sky and see if we can see some what it looks like. And again, we in a situation like this, you're not going to see much anyway other than lightning strikes. And there's obviously a lot. In fact, within this sector, you see 192 lightning strikes within the past 10 minutes. And for those of you that are working back in the back, if by chance you see a camera within the warning, understand we have warnings for Lamar and Marion. Those are the cameras we're looking for. If you see any camera within that zone that's working, just let me know. But again, this is the current warning situation. We have that one tornado warning, and this will be expiring pretty soon. I don't think they're going to extend that. We just don't see much evidence of tornado activity in Franklin at this point. But still, if you're in Moulton, still watch that line segment, obviously. But everybody from the Shoals, Russellville, down to Hackleburg, Hamilton, Sulligent, Columbus, Mississippi. That's your line. Any damage, Evan? I'm trying to. This is where we're going to get a good idea of what's going on here. I've not seen a lot of damage reports, which is a good thing.
Nope, not a lot of damage reports, and that is certainly a good thing. Also, keep in mind too, if you've been into that part of Mississippi, as I have several times, it's pretty rural too. So it might take time for those reports to come in. But we're scanning these. Got lots of resources here. But looking back, so far, Lamar and Marion County appear quiet. No immediate reports there. Back from the Jackson Weather Service, a couple reports of trees down in Mabin, Mississippi, and also in Oktibbeha County. So that's over near Sturgis and Oktok, and that is closer to where these storms move through in near the Starkville area. So we do have a couple of trees down as we move ahead here, but this will tell us a lot about the behavior of these, because again, we can't see. It's dark out, right? So we rely on these damage reports. Looks like we have another tornado warning, but this is going to be up in the Huntsville market. This is for Florence, for it looks like Rogersville, Lexington, Athens, so extreme northern Alabama, including Limestone County, Lauderdale.
And Evan, real quick, let's take this shot before it goes to the Algo shot, if we can do that. That's Hamilton. Just wanted you to see that, and that's what it looks like. So now we get an idea what it's looking like. And as you look at the shot, it's obviously windy, but the light's on, that's good. And I will say that we've had one report from Lamar County EMA, no reports of any damage so far. He has about 800 with no power in Lamar County. But again, it just looks like wind velocities are sub-severe at this point with the line coming through northwest Alabama. So I just wanted to point that out. It's good to have that camera there in Hamilton so we can see what it looks like.
Yeah, and that's another thing. Torrential rain, but for a short period of time. And that's why we've kind of backed off on the flooding threat here, because you can clearly see by these reflectivity values, you see the reds and the yellows. There's a lot of rain coming down with these. But because it's moving quickly, we don't necessarily expect flooding to be a concern, but it will be loud. There's a lot of lightning strikes.
By the way, here's some good news. Only one report of power lines down in all of Marion County. One report, that's it.
Excellent.
This is on Raven Lane and Hamilton, which is a very good thing. The reports are looking pretty good. I would suggest we're probably getting winds in the 40, 45 mile per hour bracket in here. I've not seen any structural damage. I've not seen, obviously, any injuries in the state, which is a very good thing. And so the best possible case with this is this thing coming through the state overnight tonight with winds of 40, 45 miles an hour. Sure, it's going to knock down some weakened trees and blow down some tree limbs and cause some power outages, but with 40, 45 mile per hour winds, you're not going to obviously have major structural damage. And that's the best possible case. We're a little concerned with the strength of the low-level jet. That's about 5,000 feet off the ground, 70, 80 knots, very strong wind dynamics with this thing. Another report has come down now of trees down in Bear Creek. So again, we're getting some reports of trees that have been blown down in Bear Creek, which is right up here in the far northeastern corner of Marion County with this line. So again, obviously the chance of trees coming down, and with the weakened trees and with the saturated soil, trees will probably come down pretty quickly in a situation like this. And also in advance of this line, here's the other thing, we got gradient winds, not related to storms, a tight pressure gradient, winds out of the south coming into this, and that could gust to 30, 35, maybe 40 miles per hour. Gradient winds, so feeding into this, we've got strong gradient winds in the line itself. So let's take a look at our new tornado warning up here in the Tennessee Valley. So this is of great interest to our friends up in the valley here. This is going to be a tornado warning in effect now for parts of Lauderdale, Colbert, and Limestone counties. This is U.S. Highway 72 right here. Rogersville is located right here. Killen is right here. In fact, I was at Brooks School this week up in Killen. Lexington is up here. I was at Lexington School a couple of weeks ago. But apparently the Weather Service in Huntsville is of the belief that there is sufficient evidence to support perhaps a tornadic type circulation up in that part of the Tennessee Valley. So I just wanted to show that, and we will look at this together. The warning does include the city of Athens in Limestone County, includes Lexington, Anderson, Elkmont. It includes Town Creek, includes Leeton. So again, this is for northern Lawrence, the eastern part of Colbert and Lauderdale, and much of Limestone County. It does not include any part of Morgan County. And again, this is up in the Tennessee Valley of North Alabama. And also now, just moments ago, the Weather Service has added this polygon to the south. This will include Decatur. So the Weather Service in Huntsville is going with multiple tornado warning polygons here. This is the second tornado warning polygon, the southern polygon here. This does include Decatur. The northern polygon includes Athens. So a big chunk of northern Lawrence, northern Morgan, basically all of Limestone, and the far eastern part of Colbert, Lauderdale counties, you're under a tornado warning. And again, I know we get focused on these tornado warnings. Understand within the line itself, everybody will have potential for damaging straight line winds. But again, we have two distinct tornado warnings. And kind of looking at this, looking first off for any sign of debris being lofted. I'm not seeing that at this point, which is good. But there are clearly multiple circulations in through here. And again, these are going to come and they're going to go. And of course, the question is, do you try and catch them with tornado warnings? Oftentimes, by the time you issue a tornado warning, it's gone with a situation like this. But again, in this case, Huntsville thinks that the best thing to do is to go ahead and issue the warnings. Can we put WEXO 5 behind me for just a minute? Ebony wanted to show the specific circulations here. So again, this is the lower circulation right here. This is the one that will likely pass north of Moulton, up here toward Caddo, Trinity. Decatur is right here, Mooresville, Priceville. So again, if you're in any of these communities in the extreme northeastern part of Lawrence and the northern part of Morgan counties, understand that is a tornado warning. And then the warning you can see here, it's just noisy. We've seen evidence of different circulations up in through here. But to be on the safe side, the Weather Service in Huntsville issuing a tornado warning in effect now for the eastern part of Lauderdale County. Again, this is US 72 right here. You got Rogersville, which is located right here. Center Star, which is right here. Anderson is up here. And if that holds together, Athens is in the polygon. So Decatur, Athens, both in the polygons, tornado warning polygons. Tennessee Valley of North Alabama. Just wanted to show that. And a lot of people watch us statewide when we're on the air like this. So let's go back to the Barron system, the link system here. And again, let's go to a big view with reflectivity. We'll kind of do a reset for you. It's 11:30 James Spann here with Evan Chickvera. We're live as we're watching a line of severe thunderstorms pushing into northwest Alabama. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for all of Fayette County now. So Fayette County, the whole county, under a severe thunderstorm warning. These severe thunderstorm warnings will basically be including entire counties because it's not like a small tornado. It's a long line that affects basically everybody here. So we've got a severe thunderstorm warning in effect now for all of Pickens County, for all of Fayette County, and of course the earlier warnings for in effect for Lamar and for Marion counties. But again, now the concern is for Fayette and Pickens. So if you are in places like Hubbardsville, Berry, Fayette, Gordo, Reform, Carrollton, Aliceville, understand with this line of storms you could see winds, straight line winds that could exceed 50 miles per hour. And that could be enough to knock down trees and power lines and cause power outages. And just one thing to consider tonight is the idea of maybe treating a severe thunderstorm warning like a tornado warning, like we tell people to do. Just go to a small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows. If you have a lot of trees around, understand those trees could come down because of the saturated soil. Putting on a bicycle helmet doesn't hurt. It sure doesn't hurt. And most people that are seriously injured in high wind tornado situations, it is blunt force trauma above the shoulders. And by putting on a cheap bicycle helmet, that really mitigates your chance of being hurt seriously when there's a tornado, and basically the same type of thing in a situation like this with these damaging straight line winds. So again, severe thunderstorm warnings in effect now for Pickens and Fayette counties for that line that's come on through Hamilton. It's come through Hamilton, and again, it's come through Sulligent. Next up, Fayette, you'll have that in about 10 to 15 minutes. Berry, about 30 minutes. Reform, Purdue. Any look on that Reform camera, Evan, by any chance?
Yeah, I got it pointed, but it's being a little bit shy. It looks just like a black screen right now, but every now and then we'll get a series of flashes of lightning on there. Looking at some of these storm reports again from out of Oktibbeha County, so that tornado warning that was in place, including Starkville, the campus of Mississippi State, that appears to have downed several trees. It looks like they've got folks driving about, officials driving about trying to assess the roadways that are there. But that is this particular cell that is coming into northern Pickens County. So that would be Ethelsville, Liberty, Forest, Archer, the northern half, basically right along Highway 82 here to be aware of. And that, severe thunderstorm warning is in place for Pickens County until 12:30. And again, it's the entire county, as James mentioned. Everywhere along this line has that potential. Not all at once will this be severe, and a lot of it may not be, but it does possess that threat of being severe right along this lead edge. So Pickensville down to Dinsmore and even to Cooksville, we've got that severe thunderstorm warning. Again, that's for all of Pickens County. This is going to follow right along Highway 82 towards Reform here. And I'm hoping to get something on this Reform camera to show you, but it's been occasional flashes of lightning, and that's been about it here. But that's another thing, a byproduct of a line like this, is there are a lot of lightning strikes, and you can certainly see that is present here as we look at the entirety of this line. 62, 64, 68 strikes within the last 10 minutes or so. And so this will be a noisy line, nonetheless, as it moves on through here. And I'm going to try one more time with this squall track to try to help time out where this is headed here into parts of Fayette County as well as into Walker County as it continues to move here. So still getting no luck on some of the timing with these churches here, but this eventually will be moving into places like Fayette and eventually Carbon Hill, Lynn, Double Springs, all these areas just out in front of it here. I'll do a time of arrival for Double Springs. Appears to be about 11:53. The time now is 11:34. We look at Ewan over to Carbon Hill. Right about midnight here, so within the next a little bit less than a half hour, we're going to see this line approaching parts of Walker County. And downtown Fayette, you're just a few minutes away from this line, which looks pretty robust here. If nothing else, there's some very heavy rain within this part of the line that is associated just outside of Fayette. So this has come through central Pickens County. Going to be within downtown Fayette pretty quickly. And you look here at these lightning strikes, 11 just within this tight window here. And we look at lightning strikes a lot of times to tell us the strength of a line of storms. And we've certainly seen plenty of that here. And that will be the case ongoing throughout the rest of this evening. And if you live a little bit further to the east, eventually this is going to get to the Birmingham Metro. It's going to be a little while, but you do have time to prepare if you've left those trash bins out. This is always, in our neighborhood, everybody leaves their trash bins out maybe right after the trash comes. On a windy event like this, you might have a hard time finding them tomorrow. So anything you can bring inside, roll those into the garage. Any plants that are on the porch, bring those in, because it's windy either way. Whether we get a severe thunderstorm or not, you've got those strong gradient winds, as James has talked about, with the setup here this evening. So before the rain, before the storms, before this line comes through, it's breezy as it is, and we're going to continue to see this line move into even more of our Alabama counties here. Our reform camera is starting to light up just a little bit here. I don't know if you guys want to take that. I'll pan it and see if we can see anything off in the distance here. This is looking off in the general westerly direction, and I've seen a big uptick in lightning, starting to see some rain come down as well. And this would be looking towards the Mississippi state line here. So reform, to give you an idea, is probably about 10 miles from the start of this line. So we'll start to see things pick up in intensity there over the next 15 to 20 minutes. The southern edge of this line near Scuba, Mississippi, this getting ready to cross over into Sumter County. So eventually places like Livingston, York, going to see this line move into place. Still have that tornado warning just south of Philadelphia, Mississippi. That's the same one. They have not extended it, but we'll certainly keep a close eye on that as it gets closer to the Alabama state line. One other thing to note here, because I've had a couple people ask about watches and warnings. I want to pop this up here. This is a look at the active watch map. The tornado watch is in yellow. It includes all of our central Alabama counties, and it goes until 1. So you think tornado watch, that's the biggest threat. Not necessarily, but it is a threat as we move forward. Strong straight line winds with the occasional embedded tornado. These can be tough to warn for. They come up, they go away very quickly, but we have a good strong wind profile in place, so able to overcome some of that instability, it seems, with what's coming through. So,
Ebony, can you put your WEX 05 behind me real quick? I just wanted to show the tornado warning in effect for Lawrence and Morgan counties again real quick. That's probably one of the better tornado signatures we've seen with the line. And again, that's Highway 157. Downtown Moulton is here. Moulton's not in the polygon. And this tornadic signature is going to come out here toward East Lawrence, Caddo, Trinity, and ultimately Decatur. Decatur is located right here, obviously. So again, just wanted to point that out for those of you in northern Lawrence and northern Morgan counties. We've got pretty decent evidence of a tornado pretty much near Hatton on Highway 157. And again, that's coming out toward East Lawrence. I was up at East Lawrence Middle School a couple of weeks ago, over toward Trinity, and ultimately Decatur. 72 is located right here. And again, if you're in Decatur, northern Morgan, you need to be sheltered. And there is another tornado warning north of that one. Quite frankly, the signature is not as impressive there. And again, if I were to look at any one spot, it might be this one right here that's just to the northwest of Rogersville. This is U.S. Highway 72. Lexington is right here. But again, that'll be coming out in the general direction of Athens or Elkmont here. That's Interstate 65. So once again, in the Tennessee Valley, we have tornado warnings in effect now for northern Lawrence, for extreme eastern Lauderdale, for a pretty good chunk of Limestone, northern Morgan counties. Again, Athens, Decatur, and points back off to the west with this segment right in through here. Possible tornado here near Hatton. Possible tornado here just northwest of Rogersville up in the Tennessee Valley. So wanted to point that out. Let's put Barron Box, the graphic system behind me. And again, we're kind of bouncing between sources here tonight. We have, it looks like, again, the severe thunderstorm warnings in effect are for Winston and northern Walker. That's the newest one that's been issued in advance of the line. So again, we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect now for Winston, still for eastern Marion, southeastern Lamar. Basically, everybody in advance of this line, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. All of Pickens, all of Fayette, basically all of Winston and northern Walker. So again, this line's coming through Haleyville right now in Winston County. It'll be in Double Springs pretty soon. It's coming through here in Marion County, coming through Winfield in Marion County. It's about to be in Fayette in about 5 to 10 minutes. This line is coming through Kennedy and Millport in southern Lamar County. And the good news, listen, if you're in Hamilton, Sulligent, Vernon, you're done. The severe weather risk is ended. Once this line passes, that's it. You can go to bed. You're good. The concern is in advance of that line. So again, we've got severe thunderstorm warnings, all of Winston, northern Walker, all of Fayette, all of Pickens. And the line itself should be in Tuscaloosa by 1 a.m. This is going to come through very quickly, and that's the one positive also. We're not expecting major flooding issues here because it's moving so quickly. Most spots will likely see about 1 inch of rain. And there could be some minor flooding problems, no doubt about that, but in terms of major flooding like we had earlier this week, no, we're not expecting that, and that this is moving very quickly. Tuscaloosa here, Birmingham here. For Birmingham, I'd say the line coming in between 1 and 2 a.m. Tuscaloosa, the line should be in there sometime around 12:30, 1 a.m., something like that. You can see 12:31. Evan, you're good. That's a very accurate, timely information right there.
I think you're just good at pacing storms. You nailed it.
But again, and we want to stress this idea, if there is a severe thunderstorm warning where you live, if you have a lot of trees on your property, a lot of trees that can come down on your house, you might want to treat it like a tornado warning. Get into a small bathroom, hall, closet, away from windows, lowest floor, near the center of the house. You know the drill for tornadoes. Kind of treat it like a tornado warning, and that we don't want somebody hurt tonight from a tree coming down onto a house. Just a consideration. Now, for a lot of folks, they might not have any trees near the house, which is great, but if you do, just something to think about. And again, so far, the reports we've seen, a limited number of downed trees with this, a limited number, but like Evan said, we really won't know until tomorrow morning, and that this has been coming across a relatively rural area so far, but we've had some reports of downed trees and some reports of power outages. We'll check the outage map in just a second, but again, so far, so good with this. So again, let's go up north. We'll start with our tornado warnings, and again, we stress that if you are in Limestone County, in extreme western Lauderdale County, you got a tornado warning polygon here. This does include the city of Athens, Elkmont, back over to Rogersville. There's evidence of what could be a tornado north of Rogersville, between Rogersville and Lexington. And again, that'll be coming out in the direction of Interstate 65, probably staying north of U.S. Highway 72. U.S. 72 is right here. Again, there's the western edge of that polygon out around Center Star. Rogersville is right here. And again, Athens is right here. So again, if you're in that polygon, you need to be sheltered. And to the south, we have a second polygon that does include places like East Lawrence, Trinity, Caddo, Decatur. And again, the circulation here earlier looked pretty good out here along Highway 157 near Hatton. And again, this is all north of Moulton, by the way. We should point that out. The polygon, Moulton is here. Highway 24 is down here. And again, there's your polygon for northern Lawrence and Morgan. And this is the polygon for eastern Lauderdale and for Limestone counties up in the Tennessee Valley, and those are still in effect. So that's the northern edge of the line. Let's work our way down to the south. We'll pop the reflectivity back on here. And let's pop that camera real quick, the AlDOT camera, while it's up, and tell me where this one is located if we can. Where's this AlDOT camera? That's I-22 in Winfield, okay? So again, this is Interstate 22 in Marion County in Winfield. That's what the line looks like. That's the one thing we're trying to catch with these AlDOT cameras. What does it look like? Well, that's it. And let's hit that continue button, and we can, there it goes. We'll take the camera once again. And again, Interstate 22 at Winfield, pouring rain. But the good news, the electricity is on. I've not seen that much in the way of power outages, which is another good thing tonight. And obviously not much traffic. And I really wouldn't want to be driving in this. But people ask all the time about driving advice. Obviously, most folks are home tonight, but different people have a different risk tolerance level. For some people, driving in that, it's no big deal. For others, it's dangerous. But clearly with the line, that's what you're going to expect. So again, that's a live look at that squall line coming through Winfield up in southern Marion County in northwest Alabama. So let's go back to the radar. And again, we're looking at the line itself coming into Walker, Winston, Marion. This is the town of Brilliant here. That's Interstate 22. And again, Winfield is here. Most likely the camera is somewhere in this vicinity here. That's Alabama 129. That's the main exit people use to get down to Winfield. But the storm is on through Guin. And again, you still got some light rain and it's still windy, but in terms of the severe weather threat, it's over for Guin, it's over for Hamilton, it is over for Sulligent, it's over for Vernon. And again, that line is coming through Haleyville right now. It's going to be in Double Springs in about 5 to 10 minutes. At Carbon Hill and Eldridge, Kansas, here in Walker County, in about, again, 5 to 10 minutes. It will be in Fayette very soon. We'll go down to the south. Again, it's coming into Fayette as we speak. The line is coming through Kennedy and Millport, and it's coming right into Reform in Pickens County. The intense part of this line will last for about 15 minutes, and that's it. You'll have a lot of wind, a lot of rain, and then everything slows down and the winds shift and you're done with it. The line extends down to Pickensville in Pickens County and then over into Mississippi. And again, we've got that tornado warning polygon that is north of Interstate 20. The signature here is weakened a good bit. This is Sumter County, Alabama, and of course we'll watch this segment here very carefully. The air is more unstable down to the south. That's the one thing that's really helping us tonight. There's hardly any surface-based instability over the northern half of the state. The wind dynamics are overcoming that, but if we had an unstable air mass, it would be a bigger problem tonight. But again, we'll keep a close eye on that. Again, I'm just having a hard time seeing a whole lot of reports other than scattered trees down, which is a good thing.
Yeah, same. I was looking back at some of the storms that went through Philadelphia, Mississippi, that cell you were talking about. And it looks like they're slowly starting to come in. Again, this is the Jackson office, so I'm going to switch on over to that information here. But it looks like there were a couple areas in Neshoba County near Highway 19 and County Road 448. So that's just to the south of Philadelphia. And that just shows that there was at least some gust of wind with this. No confirmed tornado reports with that. I mentioned those reports that came in out of Starkville, Mississippi as well. The parts of that line are now moving through Fayette, Alabama. I'm going to do a couple, well, actually, before we do that, I was thinking we'll check on these power outages because this could tell us also, you know, what's coming down. Is there strong enough winds to have power outages? So this is a look at the latest power outage map here, and I'll pixel query a couple of these counties. About 1,500 without power in Lamar, 600 in Pickens County, 100 in Tuscaloosa. Believe it or not, that 500 in Jefferson County, that's going to be from our gradient winds earlier today if there's outages because of the wind. So, you know, that just tells you before.
And let me share one good report here, Evan.
Yep.
Got a report. The storm just came through Haleyville. The winds are strong, but they don't feel severe. The lights are on, and I have no new trampolines in the yard.
No state birds.
No state bird, and that's a good thing. And again, I'm getting a lot of reports like that. I didn't mean to interrupt, but that's the kind of wind we're seeing. And I am noticing some outages, and it matches up nicely with the map that you're showing there. 1,500 in Lamar.
Yeah, and when you think about these come through, if you had a much stronger winds, you'd see a lot higher numbers with this. So that is certainly good to see. None yet in Fayette, but this will be something that we watch here very closely because this also can be telling of how strong those winds are. If you see a huge spike in power outages, you probably had a strong gust come through there at some point. So
we got a warning now for Tuscaloosa and Jefferson.
Yep.
So we'll pop on the radar very quickly. So again, your weather, I'm sorry, not Jefferson, but Tuscaloosa and Walker. Not Jefferson yet. So again, the new warnings, all of Tuscaloosa and all of Walker under a severe thunderstorm warning. The storms are still about 40 minutes away from Tuscaloosa, but this will give you time to prepare for that. So again, the Weather Service in Birmingham posting severe thunderstorm warnings in effect now for Walker and for Tuscaloosa counties for the line of storms that is now running from near Fayette down to Reform and Pickensville. That extends up into the Tennessee Valley, and the main concern, damaging straight line winds. We see no evidence of any spin-up tornadoes in this segment of the line, which is a good thing. But again, if a tree comes down in your house, if it's straight line winds, is it a tornado? Does it really matter what causes it? Not really. So again, you can see evidence suggesting the line itself comes into Tuscaloosa shortly after 12:30, but you got plenty of time to plan on that. And again, if you have trees all around your house that might fall on your house, you might consider this like a tornado warning and get everybody into a safe place until this thing passes. It's going to take about 15 minutes. It'll come, it will go very quickly. Line coming through Fayette, the line coming through Hubbardsville, and then up into Winston County. The line is coming into Double Springs. And again, the report from Haleyville said the winds were not that bad. Some reports indicate the winds are relatively high, but high winds to different people, that means different things. For some people, it's 25 miles an hour. For some people, it's 100 miles an hour. But it seems like from the reports, the winds are running in the 40, 45 mile per hour bracket for most of the line. But still, based on the wind dynamics, the line is capable of producing winds that might exceed 50 miles an hour. And obviously, in a situation like that, that's going to cause a lot of tree and power line damage. So if we can, let's pop on WEXO 5 real quick. I want to talk about the Tennessee Valley. And again, in terms of the tornadic possibilities up here, we've got one circulation that is well north of U.S. Highway 72 and a little to the east of the town of Anderson. This is up in this is basically near the Lauderdale-Limestone County line, which is right here. It's in Limestone now. And that will be coming toward Elkmont. Understand, Athens is in the polygon. They've drawn a pretty large polygon for this because we've seen multiple circulations here within this line. But the greatest circulation of concern is this one right here. And again, this is headed toward the northern part of Limestone. Again, that's Interstate 65 right here, US 31. This is Ardmore that's sitting on the Alabama-Tennessee state line. But just be aware that if you're in northern Limestone, I would still be sheltered because of that. And of course, we have the southern polygon down here. And again, we've got the potential of a tornado in this section right here, which is near Hillsboro, and again, not too far from Caddo and East Lawrence. That'll be moving up in the direction of the city of Decatur, which is right here. Decatur, Mooresville, Priceville. Priceville is right here. Decatur is right here. Priceville technically is not, by the way, in the polygon. Mooresville is. Of course, that's Interstate 565 right here. The Tennessee River Bridge is right here. I-565 goes over into Huntsville. The Weather Service up there has not made a call on whether to extend that into Madison, which includes the city of Huntsville. But again, possible tornadic circulation along 72 near Hillsboro, moving to the east-northeast. Again, that's going to be fairly close to Decatur, so I would stay sheltered up there. And again, up on the northern side, the other great concern is this one right here that's located just to the west of the city of Elkmont. And again, this is in Limestone. In fact, let me go to the Huntsville Weather Service radar, which probably gives us a better look at that. And let's take a look at that. And again, same kind of thing. You can clearly see potential for trouble right in there to the west of Elkmont. And then down to the south, we have the other sign of circulation not too far from Hillsboro. And so that's the reason for the polygons there. So let's pop back on the Barron system. We're live at 11:51. And down to the south of the Tennessee Valley, severe thunderstorm warnings for everybody in advance of this line. All of Winston, all of Walker, all of Tuscaloosa, all of Fayette, all of Pickens, and now we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for all of Greene and all of Sumter. And again, this is radically different. The polygon system was designed for tornadoes. Tornadoes are small, counties are big. The whole county doesn't need to do anything for most tornado situations. And so instead of warning an entire county, you warn a small part of the county. Respect the polygon. That's where that whole thing came from. But in a situation like this, with the long squall line, it's different. The entire length of this thing has the potential to produce strong straight line winds. I can't call out a Walmart, a barn, a barbecue joint, a lounge. I can't do that because everybody is going to be affected here. So Evan is giving some approximate arrival times. Demopolis 12:44, Utah 12:27, Tuscaloosa about 12:30, and again, Jasper about 12:21. It'll be coming on through Birmingham closer to 1 o'clock this morning. And again, it's going to be about 15 minutes. There you go, about 1:07 for Birmingham. It's going to take about 15 minutes for this thing to pass through. And during that 15-minute stretch, you're going to see some strong winds. And again, evidence so far is suggesting the winds are generally in the 40, 45 mile per hour bracket in through here, enough to knock down some trees, cause some power outages. And understand there will be segments in here where there could be winds exceeding 50 miles an hour. And also, through the night, there might be a brief isolated tornado. We don't expect that to be the main problem, never did, and it will not be the main problem. I know there's a tornado watch until 4 a.m. That's for the chance of maybe an isolated tornado, but the bigger concern is the damaging straight line winds that will be coming through the state. And again, it will ultimately reach Anniston, Gadsden after probably maybe 2:30 a.m., something like that, and then clearing the southeastern corner of the state by 5 or 6 o'clock. We have one report from ham radio indicating a tree on a house near Southside Baptist Church in Fayette. And that's the greatest concern, a tree coming down on a house. And that could get somebody hurt very quickly. And that's the reason we're making the recommendation that if you have trees on your property near your house, the best thing to do might be just to treat this like a tornado warning. Put on a helmet, small room, lowest floor, near the center. Also got a report of a tree down in Rimlap, and that's gradient winds. That's not related to the storms. That's just the strong pressure gradient winds out ahead of that. But again, the latest report, ham radio indicating a possible tree on a house near Southside Baptist Church in Fayette. The EMA director is en route there to determine if anybody was injured. We certainly hope not, Evan. That's the last thing we need tonight.
No, we don't need any. That's the thing. We go through these and you get these damage reports, but you never want to hear of any injuries, certainly no fatalities. And so the good news with this is we have a pretty good idea of how fast this line's moving. Moving about 45, in some cases 50 miles an hour. So it's moving very quickly, which has its pros and cons, right? It'll get up, on your neighborhood where you live very quickly. but it also moves through fairly quickly. I mean, we've already seen this just a few minutes ago. It felt like Fayette, I was tracking a time on it, and now it's clear of downtown Fayette. At least the worst part is headed towards Barry. So I'll do a couple storm tracks. I'll start to the north here and up near Double Springs. We've got the lead edge of this line basically bearing down on Double Springs. So let's do a time of arrival over towards Cullman. That's going to be here within the next about 30 minutes or so. Let's go Lynn to about the Hayden area here. And again, these might fluctuate by a couple minutes, but it looks like at about 1 a.m. there. And then what's coming just south of Carbon Hill, I'm basically drawing this up to I-65 here to give you an idea for folks who live along that corridor, about 1 o'clock there as well. So let's pan a little bit further down to the south. And again, what's coming through Fayette. Decent amount of lightning strikes with that. And there have been a couple reports of trees down, but I'm surprised in a good way that we're not seeing as many reports so far within this line. Over towards Hueytown with what's coming through southern Fayette County about 1 a.m. Just to the south of Reform, eventually be moving through central Tuscaloosa County. Let's put it at over near Lakeview by about 1 o'clock. And let's do another one here near Carrollton, because that's going to be coming into Tuscaloosa. That's been pretty consistent, right around 12:30, 12:34 for the Tuscaloosa County area. So if you're looking at arrival times for Birmingham, that's going to be a little bit after 1 a.m. Just to the north of Birmingham, due to the slant of the line, because it is oriented from northeast to southwest, it'll be getting to northern Jefferson County a little bit sooner, and areas up I-65 closer to Cullman a little sooner than that. So we'll be watching this and tracking this. But the good news is there's been no sign of any rotation embedded within this line. That's what we said one of the underlying threats could be, is those eddies that'll form in the line. When you have a very dynamic wind system, as we do here, that's something you have to look for. And it can come in very quick. And the folks at the National Weather Service office in Birmingham are excellent. That's why we don't get too concerned that that'll be overlooked, because they're just very good at realizing or seeing those things come up, those spin-ups come up, and warning. But all along this line, I don't see any eddies, no concerns within this line. I want to check on the outages here. We're keeping an eye on the power outage map, because that could be another indicator that we're seeing strong winds based off of how many outages there are. So we'll go county by county here. Pickens County now reporting 1,000 outages, so that's up a good bit from just a little while ago. Tuscaloosa County, again, the line's not quite there yet. Fayette County, there were no outages reported about 15 minutes ago. That up to 300, up to 2,000 now in Lamar County. So those numbers starting to creep up just a little bit in the wake of this line. And as we look at other parts of northern Alabama here, including Marion County, about 900 outages there, 400 in Winston County, and 200 in Walker. So starting to see those numbers come up some. We'll continue to watch this here, especially as it gets closer to the Birmingham Metro here over the next about hour or so.
Let's go to WEX 05 real quick. I want to show Evan, this is what's going, let's take it full screen. This is what's going, look at it here. Tree came into a house. This is just north of Wheeler Dam up in Lauderdale County. And again, I was just up there the other day speaking, and that's what we're concerned about. A tree came through, looks like somebody's bedroom there. And again, we've heard of nobody injured from that, but that's an example of what these things are doing tonight. Here's another big tree down. These are big tree limbs and parts of trees that have come down. All of these were within that line of storms over the past 15 minutes. And don't you know it, look what's flying. Alabama state bird on the move.
Oh, no.
You know that was going to happen. That was going to be a problem. This is a fire that was set in a yard here because of arcing power lines that came down. I want to say that was up in Marion County tonight. But again, scenes like this are very common. And again, the reports, because it's dark and takes a while, it takes a bit for the reports to come in. But again, all these photographs were taken, or sent to me via social media earlier this evening. Again, and the other concern we have, it's trees coming down onto roads like this. If you're driving on a dark country road, you don't know around the bend if there's a tree down. And you can come up on those very quickly, and bad accidents can occur with that. And again, there's some more damage to a utility box to a home up in northwest Alabama this evening. Look, a pretty good tree has come down there. I want to say that was because of gradient winds. And look at this. This is a tree on top of a car. And again, that's another reason you certainly do not want to be driving tonight. All of these images taken within the past 15 to 30 minutes in advance of that line. So the line is indeed packing a punch. And certainly all these warnings are warranted. So let's go back to the big picture. And again, if you're just joining us, we're live on the air here at 12 midnight. James Spann, Evan Chikvera, and we have a tornado watch for basically most of the state until 4 a.m. Again, we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for most all of Winston, Walker, Tuscaloosa, most of Fayette, southeastern Lamar, the eastern part of Pickens, all of Greene, all of Sumter counties in advance of the line. We have tornado warnings in effect now for parts of Madison here. The Weather Service has extended the tornado warning up in the Tennessee Valley to include now parts of Madison County. It looks that as they have done that here in the last few moments, and this is going to be most likely for the northern part of Madison, north of Huntsville. There's the southern part of the polygon, and you can see it clips the city of Huntsville, but the greatest concern is going to be up here near the Alabama-Tennessee state line. That's US 231. Hazel Green is located right here. And again, we have evidence of rotation near Elkmont. The greatest circulation would be right in through here, and that'll be coming out across extreme northern Limestone, extreme northern Madison counties. So again, the Weather Service in Huntsville posting tornado warnings in effect. And again, we've still got the southern warning in effect down here for a small part of northern Morgan that includes the cities of Decatur, Trinity, and Priceville for a possible tornadic circulation there. But again, is this high top, Evan, or still looking at Columbus?
Yeah, we switched over to high top.
Okay, so this is the closest radar into that. So again, you should be sheltered in northern Madison County, really north of the city of Huntsville. And we'll see how the circulation plays out. It has faded. I will say the tornadic circulation approaching Trinity and Decatur, it looks a lot weaker now than it did 5-10 minutes ago. So if that trend continues, the Weather Service might let that one go completely. But remember, everybody will see the chance of damaging straight line winds with this line of storms coming through. But the northern circulation is near Elkmont. I will say there's a secondary. Let's put WEXO 5 on here real quick. I want to show this. This is a different look. We have a possible tornadic circulation that's just southwest of Athens, and we have one that's up on the Alabama-Tennessee state line that's near Elkmont approaching Ardmore. Ardmore, Alabama-Tennessee is right here. This is Elkmont, Alabama. Circulation number 1, circulation number 2. So again, if you're in these polygons, just stay sheltered. And I know it's inconvenient on a Saturday night at midnight. This is not the way to spend a Saturday night, but it is what it is. This is tornado season in Alabama, November through May. Having something like this is not that unusual this time of the year. So again, possible tornadic circulations near Elkmont in Limestone County and just to the southwest of Athens in Limestone County. The circulation approaching Decatur and Trinity is really faded. We just don't see much there at this point. But let's go back to the Barron box, our weather graphics system, and let me show the whole line up here. And again, you can see that line running from the Alabama-Tennessee state line near Elkmont, Ardmore, curving down to near Decatur. Then it curves down into Winston County right on top of Double Springs and Addison, curves down into far western Walker County around Eldridge and Carbon Hill, down to Berry and Fayette County in the southeastern part of Fayette County, down to Gordo and Pickens County, Aliceville and Pickens County, then in northern Sumter County down toward Emell, and then into Mississippi. And again, we see no evidence of tornadoes below the Tennessee Valley. This is all damaging straight line wind. And you see from the images we've shown here, we got a lot of things going on here in terms of trees down. We've had a tree on a house in multiple situations tonight. And you might want to consider taking these just like a tornado warning. In that we've had a lot of reports of damage from trees coming down tonight. Let's take WEXO 5 real quick if we can. Just wanted to show some more video of what things are looking like. This is the line coming through the shoals earlier tonight when it came through Florence, Sheffield, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals. And what you see there is what you're going to get when the line comes through your neighborhood tonight. Winds could exceed 40, 50 miles an hour. You could see trees down. You could see power outages. And that is a common scene across the state tonight. So again, that's video of what it's like in the shoals earlier tonight. Let's look at the video we have on over here. We've got Ebony, and this is from where?
Haleyville, I believe.
Okay. That's up in Winston County earlier tonight. And the good news we have is that the power's on, which is always a good thing. But again, that's what it looks like there. Let's go back to WEXO 5 full screen. And again, this is the problem. You've got these big trees coming down on objects like cars and homes tonight. And we've just got a utility box that was apparently ripped off. And remember, if you're driving tonight, you might have a downed tree on a road that you don't see before you come right up on it. And that can certainly lead to some pretty severe accidents here. But again, it's been that kind of a night across Alabama. Again, this is a home that was up in Elgin, up in the Tennessee Valley. This is just north of Wheeler Dam. And again, I was up at Brooks and Killen. I went right through there the other day, but that's pretty scary stuff. If you're in a bedroom like that and a tree comes down through a window, it could easily cause some injuries. And I will say I've heard of no injuries from this stuff, Evan, but it's been a rough night so far.
Yeah, no injuries just yet, but again, sometimes this takes some time. It's nighttime, so the damage reports might start coming in a little bit later here. I've just been scanning, and back in Mississippi, we're seeing the damage reports come in about 15, 20, all the way up to a half hour after the line moves through. So we'll keep a close eye on that. No additional reports outside of what we had said here in central Alabama. Looks like there's a power outage from a tower cam in North Sumter County, centered on Geiger. So that's another indication that we have seen some power outages in that part of Sumter County, well to the south and west. But they're doing these blanket warnings, as James has talked about, because anywhere on this line you could have severe wind gusts. Is all of it severe? No, the whole line is not severe, but you have these portions within the line that can pulse up, that can give you these strong straight line winds, and that's certainly what we've seen. What we have not seen, though, over the last about 45 minutes to an hour is any indication that anything within this line is rotating. That's why we have just severe thunderstorm warnings right now. Let's pop up our Jasper Skycam, because this is coming into Jasper, this part of the line, and I'll zoom on in to central Walker County here, and I've got our Skycam in Jasper pointed off to the west here, and starting to see an uptick in lightning, but pretty soon we're probably going to get about a big old wall of rain coming into downtown Jasper, central Walker County. This is just a couple minutes away here, so if you live thereabouts, you can expect some gusty winds and a lot of lightning, brief, very heavy downpours as well. So I'll go back to the radar here and try to give some times along this I-65 corridor starting from the north. We're looking at this line that's right over, it's coming up on Smith Lake here. This is going to be moving towards an area between Cullman and Hanceville between about 1240 and 1245. This part of the line that's coming up on Jasper will be moving into Warrior probably by about 1255 and 1 o'clock, in that range. In southern Fayette County near Berry, where that line is moving through most intensely now, still looking at arrival time for Birmingham at probably about 1 o'clock here. So you get the idea. If you live on I-65 in Cullman County, your arrival time for Cullman, Hanceville, Warrior is a little bit closer to about 1240, 1245. You get from Warrior south to Fultondale, Gardendale, a little bit closer to 1255, maybe 1 o'clock. Birmingham Metro areas just to the east, places like Hueytown, Adamsville, Dora, West Jefferson. You're probably looking at about 1250 to 1 o'clock here. So this is going to move into some very populous areas over the next about 45 minutes to an hour or so. We'll keep a close eye on that here. Go a little further down the line before I send it back on over to James here in Tuscaloosa. You are not far from the line either. It looks like here about 12:30. That's kind of what we've been approximating over the last good while. So 12:30 appears to be the time where, Tuscaloosa, you're going to see this line. I will say this: starting to see some of this stratiform rain out ahead of the main line, which is interesting because it's no longer that sharp edge where there's nothing out ahead of it. So you got this light rain falling out in front of this main line, and that could cause some weakening here as we move forward. Again, this line has not shown anything in the last hour that shows it's really intensifying like it did previously when it was in Mississippi. Does not mean that it won't, but if you're in Tuscaloosa, if you are in Moundville, if you are in Utah, if you are in Forkland, Sawyerville, Bolagie, Livingston, Wedgeworth, this line is headed in your general direction here in parts of Hale County, Greene County, eventually moving into Hale County along Highway 69 there that runs from Greensboro up to Moundville. And then, of course, Tuscaloosa, this will be coming in here shortly. So I'm not seeing any additional storm reports at this time, James. I don't know if you have anything.
Yeah, let's go to WEX 05 full screen. These are images that are just in, and we're starting to see a lot of scenes like this across Alabama tonight with these downed trees. We knew that going in tonight. This is going to be one of our bigger problems, but we have a number of downed trees in a number of counties across Alabama in advance of the line, and in some cases, downed trees are blocking roads tonight. This is the first structural damage I've seen. This is downtown Tuscumbia, up in the Shoals, up in northwest Alabama. Not exactly sure what structure that is. We'll find out first thing in the morning, but again, that's a sign that thing was ripping. The storm was really producing some strong winds coming through the Shoals. This was Muscle Shoals, and the lady that sent this photograph in, she said, "I do not own a trampoline. That's my backyard." Where that thing came from, they have no idea. So the Alabama state bird has clearly been in flight tonight. Again, that's a pretty large tree out in front of that home, and they're very fortunate that that tree did not fall on that home. But notice all the trees around that house. And Alabama is a very wooded, populated state, as we all know. And again, our message tonight, if you have trees around your house, the concept is to take the severe thunderstorm warnings and treat them like a tornado warning, because this could happen. This is a tree that did come into a house. That's up in Elgin. That's up in North Alabama, just north of Wheeler Dam, right along Highway 72. And again, I was just up through there the other day going to speak to my friends at Brooks up in Killen. But these are examples of some of the damage that we have across the state tonight. There's another case of the state bird in flight. And those things, let me tell you what, I was up in Cordova one day doing a function outdoors. We had a storm that blew in. I almost got banged in the head by one of those things. And they are no fun when they were flying. Again, that lawn was set on fire by arcing power lines tonight. Now, of course, the other issue with the downed trees, we have an increasing number of power outages statewide. But again, we certainly don't advise driving. Even if you don't mind driving in heavy rain, a tree could be down on a road and you don't know that there's a downed tree around the curve and you come right up on that thing, and that can be very, very problematic tonight. But it's been that kind of a night across Alabama. There's a tree down on a car. So let's go back to our graphic system. And again, we're live here at 12:11. We have a line of severe thunderstorms coming through northwest Alabama. Let's go up to the Tennessee Valley. We'll take a look at our tornado warnings first. And again, most people are watching us on YouTube or Facebook, and there are no TV boundaries on those platforms. So we have tornado warnings in effect now for northern Madison County and a pretty good chunk of Limestone County and northern Morgan County. So again, let's go to the velocity display, and we've had multiple circulations. We have one potential circulation near Athens. We have one up here near Ardmore. Ardmore straddles the Alabama-Tennessee state line. That circulation is going to be moving up toward Fayetteville, Tennessee, which is right here. This is US 231. The circulation near Athens, of course, will be coming out across northern Madison County. Again, the southern extent of the polygon is basically Huntsville to the town of Madison right here, roughly along Interstate 565. If you're south of 565, there's currently no tornado warning in Madison County. North of 565, you're under a tornado warning. And again, the circulation that prompted this warning down here from Morgan, that is greatly weakened, but the Weather Service has not canceled the tornado warning at this point for northern Morgan. We really don't see any strong evidence of circulation there. In fact, while we've got this radar up, let me kind of check mine. No, I'm not seeing anything over here either. So again, we stress everybody will see strong straight line winds here. We don't want to get people too hung up in these specific points where there might be a brief spin up tornado. Line of storms again begins near Ardmore, a little to the east of I-65. Then it comes right down through Decatur. It's going to be in Priceville fairly soon. We'll pan on down. We'll go down the whole length of the line here. This will be in Hartselle pretty soon. If it's not now, Hartselle is right here. The line coming into Hartselle. It'll be in Falkville fairly soon. The line is coming through Addison and Winston County. It's going to be over here in Jones Chapel and Cullman County and West Point pretty soon. It's coming through Arley and Smith Lake. And again, with this entire length of the line, winds could gust up to 40, 50 miles per hour in spots. The line is coming in on downtown Jasper. The line is coming now through extreme eastern Fayette County, east of the city of Berry, north and west Tuscaloosa County, down toward Buell, Elrod, Coker. It'll be coming into Tuscaloosa in a matter of 10 or 15 minutes. And then the line extends into southern parts of Pickens County, straddling the Sipsey River, then coming down into Greene County, not too far from Pleasant Hill, West Greene, then into northern Sumter County, north of York and Livingston. So again, that's the long line. The line will be in Tuscaloosa about 15 minutes from now. It'll be in the Birmingham Metro in about 45 minutes or so. And the same thing, we don't see much weakening in the short term here. The main concern will be strong, potentially damaging straight line winds with the line. There could be a brief isolated tornado in spots along the line. We're having revival here tonight. Evan's got all the churches going here.
Yeah,
we got a revival going on tonight. I like it. I like it a lot.
Try as I might, the churches will not go quietly here. Just a moment ago, this populated properly and went out to some of these locations that are in Jefferson County. But as James mentioned, this will be appearing within the next hour or so. I think by about 1 o'clock, this is coming into the Birmingham metro area. So I'll go back to this time of arrival. And yeah, putting it just north of Birmingham, about 1 o'clock. Other areas here like Hueytown, which sits along I-20. It runs just to the north of Bessemer, about 1250 or so. And really, as you go down along this line, we're going to continue to see this move into, again, more and more populous areas. Tuscaloosa by 12:30. This will be moving through. So in the next 15 minutes here, it's currently moving through Buell, through Coker. Eventually is going to be on the north side of Tuscaloosa within probably the next about 10 to 15 minutes. And then as we continue to move further south, Moundville, probably within the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. And this extends, as James mentioned, all the way down. It looks like we have a new tornado warning, James, for Sumter County. That includes York, Livingston, and Forkland. That is down south of Bolagie.
All right, good deal. Let's take a look at that. Again, this is a tornado warning in effect now for parts of Sumter County. This is in West Alabama. And again, this will include the town of York, right here, Livingston right here. These communities on US 11, Interstate 5920 is right here. And again, this is going to be for the possibility of a circulation that is located here just northwest of York. And obviously, we don't advise driving anywhere along this line. We don't want anybody driving anywhere near this line of storms tonight, but obviously nobody should be along Interstate 5920 down here near York and Livingston. This does include Livingston, the campus of the University of West Alabama. You should be sheltered there. The same thing for York. And again, the Tombigbee River is right here. This does include the southern part of Greene County. This is US 43 right here. This is Forkland here. Demopolis is here. This does not include Demopolis or Marengo. This includes southern Sumter and southern Greene counties. Utah here, Utah not in the polygon. The greatest danger of a tornado here is to the south through parts of southern Greene and the southern part of Sumter counties. But we stress everybody will deal with this line with the chance of damaging straight line winds. We've got the tornado warning here highlighted, of course, and that's very important, but it's also important to point out tonight that everybody on the entire length of that line is going to be dealing with that line of storms. So let's go back to the reflectivity and show a little broader view of this line. And we've got a tornado warning for southern Sumter, southern Greene. That's one line segment here. The line runs through northern Greene, up into parts of extreme eastern and southeastern Pickens, western northern Tuscaloosa County, extreme eastern Fayette. Let's go to our Jasper Skycam, Evan, if we can do that. We've got a camera on the King Building in downtown Jasper. This maybe we'll pan it down toward the downtown area there. We'll take a look at the situation that's going on in downtown Jasper. This is a good, reliable camera we've got there. We'll take a look at that. We'll pan it up a little bit and get the view here. And there you go. Let's go left a little bit. We'll take a look at downtown. And on the positive side, the lights are still on, but this is what it looks like as the storms will come through your hometown tonight. Maybe they've already come through. They will later. It depends on where you are. Again, you can see flags are really kicking in that wind. That's the Walker County Courthouse in downtown Jasper, hit by a tornado April 3rd, 1974. Horrible night for downtown Jasper. This is nothing like that, nothing like April 27, 2011. This is a long squall line. The greatest threat will be from strong, potentially damaging straight line winds. And again, that has come through a pretty good chunk of north and west Alabama, producing a lot of tree and power line damage. And again, that's the way it looks there in downtown Jasper tonight. And this will be in the Birmingham Metro about 1:30 or so. And again, all right, let's take a look at another camera from downtown Jasper really quickly. This is one of the Algo cameras, pretty much showing the same situation there. And again, very, very windy, very rough night tonight. All right, so let's go back to the radar. And again, we are live here at 12:18. Line of severe storms coming right through downtown Jasper, coming through Smith Lake. And again, up in the Tennessee Valley, we'll check our tornado warning polygons up here. And we should note there's a new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Cullman County. But again, the warning, the southern warning is going away. That warning that was in effect for Decatur and Mooresville, that warning is expired. It's gone. This tornado signature is gone. We have a tornado warning in effect now for northern Madison County. Let's just say that I-65 will give you an all clear in Limestone County. For Athens, the danger is over. For Decatur, the danger is over. Our velocity display coming from the Huntsville high top radar. And again, we're watching a couple of no doubt there's some very strong winds within this line. but we're kind of watching this spot right down here that could be a potential tornado north of US 72, and that'll be coming northeast, probably passing north of downtown Huntsville, a bit north of Madison. And again, that'll be coming out across Highway 231 here, and then ultimately coming out into Tennessee. But the tornado warning includes northern Madison from Huntsville, I-565 north. If you're south of I-65, south of Huntsville, this does not include you. And again, that is a tornado warning in effect for northern Madison. But once again, we stress everybody will deal with this particular line of thunderstorms tonight. Evan, back over to you.
All right, yeah, we've been watching this evolve, and I want to just jump back down to this tornado warning. It now includes the Moundville area, so they've issued a new one here. Switch back over to, I think the Birmingham radar might have the best view of this. So this is going to be coming out of southern Pickens County and it includes the Moundville area, Knoxville, Ralph, Cypress. This is Highway 60 here as you go south into Hale County. But we'll switch on over to velocity, see if there's anything of note here. And it does appear like there's a peak in those winds here near the New Hope Church, Knoxville as well. This is right over I-20 as of right now. So this is our newest warning right in here, if I can draw a circle properly. But this is going to be heading essentially due east. So Moundville heads up. You are going to be essentially next up with this particular cell. We'll do a drawing as far as distance on this one. Time of arrival here, again, this is right basically where the 20 logo is. So Moundville, probably by about 12:35 or so. And then as you get a little bit closer to the Bibb County line, just to the south of Duncanville, probably about 12:55 or so. Most of these are moving at about 50, 55 miles an hour, so they're coming in quickly. So you need to act now. And like we said, we haven't had a ton of tornado warnings in the Birmingham area tonight, but we are watching this one here right near Knoxville, Alabama. This is right along I-20. It's just going to be just to the south of Ralph, just to the south of Foster's. So if you know where that is here, this is going to pass to the south of those areas. The polygon goes all the way up to just south of Englewood. It looks like on its current trajectory, it would stay just to the south of Maxwell. This is Highway 69, so if you're familiar with that, that runs into northern Hale County, a couple of schools right there as well. And this will continue to basically hug the line, it looks like, between Tuscaloosa and northern Hale if it continues off to the east here. So we're going to have to watch this closely as it moves quickly off to the east over the next little while. But again, enough there. And we've talked about this, that the wind dynamics are there for these quick spin-ups. They'll come, they'll go. Everyone has the potential to see those damaging straight line winds, and they can be just as devastating. One of the first severe weather events I covered, it was a straight line wind event. People stayed outside because it wasn't a tornado warning and ended up leveling a stage in Dothan during a concert. So this is for a particular tornado warning for parts of Hale County, southern Tuscaloosa County, and northern Greene County. So over 3 counties here for this particular cell. James?
All right, so again, we've got multiple tornado warnings in effect here. But before we even get into the tornado warnings, remember the greater damage concern, it's the widespread straight line winds with this line of storms. So understand, everybody will deal with that, everybody. Now, we're going to call out some specific spots where there could be a brief tornado here, but everybody will deal with strong straight line winds tonight. So the new warning is this one right here. And understand, this is kind of hugging the point where Greene, Tuscaloosa, Hale counties all come together. And this, for some of the legacy systems, the warning will sound in Tuscaloosa. Understand, in Tuscaloosa, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning. Damaging straight line winds, yes. Tornado warning, no, you are not in the tornado warning polygon. The tornado warning polygon is for the far southern part of Tuscaloosa County, the far northern part of Hale County. And again, this is for a circulation that's not too far from Knoxville and Ralph. That's along Interstate 5920 at the Tuscaloosa-Greene County line. That'll be crossing Warrior River into extreme northern Hale. And again, Moundville is in the polygon here, but everybody's going to have strong straight line winds. But the greatest chance of a brief isolated tornado within the line will be down here south of the city of Tuscaloosa, down toward Knoxville, Ralph, and Moundville. The other tornado warning is down here for southern Greene County, and again, Utah is right here. It's interesting, Utah, you're not in either polygon. The northern polygon, no. Southern polygon, no. But you'll have the straight line winds, yes. But again, we have this secondary possibility of a circulation down here not too far from Livingston in Sumter County. And again, that'll be crossing the Tom Bigby right here over into southern Greene County. This does not include Marengo. So again, a possible tornado, and these are small, brief, and they're like whack-a-mole. You warn, they go away. You warn, they go away. That's the way these things are. They're cyclic, and they're very hard to warn for. This is the most challenging part of this business. On a day like April 27, 2011, anybody could issue those warnings. That was easy. This is hard. So again, tornado warning in effect for southern Sumter and extreme southern Greene. Tornado warning in effect for extreme northern Hale, northern Tuscaloosa, and extreme northeastern Greene. Let's pop back on the reflectivity. I want to go back to the long line because this is the real story. It's that long line of storms capable of producing damaging winds. The storms coming into Cullman County under a severe thunderstorm warning. We got a severe thunderstorm warning for Morgan, for Madison. And again, there's a tornado warning north of Huntsville. That's our one tornado polygon up in the Tennessee Valley. But again, the storms begin around Fayetteville, then curving down through Huntsville, down to Hartselle, just west of Cullman, down toward Good Hope, West Point, Battleground, right on top of Smith Lake, down to a point just southeast of Jasper, down toward Sipsey and Empire and Dora. The storms coming into Tuscaloosa as we speak. The storms extend down into Greene County. They're coming through Utah. They're coming through Livingston. They'll be coming into Demopolis soon. The entire length of that line, we could see strong, potentially damaging straight line winds that could exceed 40, 50 miles per hour in spots with downed trees and power lines. And again, we've had a lot of reports tonight of downed trees. And again, we are going to continue to see that. Of course, with that, we have a lot of power outages as well. Many folks are reporting power outages within the line along with those downed trees. And one consideration is just maybe treat these severe thunderstorm warnings like a tornado warning tonight if you've got trees around your house. These are the latest power outages, and again, you can see the numbers have really jumped up. For example, Fayette County now with 2,500 outages. The gradient winds in Jefferson County producing 1,000 outages there. We've got 1,000 outages in Marion, 1,500 Lamar, 1,500 in Pickens, and all of that because obviously of those strong straight winds tonight. But let's go back to our radar, and again, it looks like we have, and what the Weather Service is going to do, it's apparent they're going to issue severe thunderstorm warnings for the entire length of the line. So now we have, looks like Jefferson and Blount. Jefferson, Blount counties now under a severe thunderstorm warning with the line approaching the Birmingham Metro. Your weather radio should be sounding. That's the reason we preach the baseline for getting a warning. It is a NOAA weather radio. Every home should have one. That will wake you up. I know you might not want to wake up, but when you got something like this coming in, you need to be awake and you need to go to a safer place in your home if you have trees surrounding you. And if you don't have a weather radio, you need one. It's shocking to us how many people don't have one. Most phones, they go into a mode at night, sleep, do not disturb. You don't get notifications. Cell service can fail during a tornado emergency. You will never hear a siren during a raging storm at 3 in the morning when you're asleep. That weather radio will save your life. It is like a smoke alarm in your house for a tornado. Everybody needs one. And if you don't have one, your homework is to go get one this week. So again, these are approximate arrival times. Again, Birmingham about 1 a.m. We've got Springville about 1:13, up into Blount County, up around Straight Mountain about 1 o'clock. Shelby County, Alabaster, about 1:15 to 1:30. These are approximate times, but again, that line will keep on moving to the east, and there could be, like we have now, isolated, brief spin-up tornadoes within the line, but the greatest concern, strong, potentially damaging straight-line winds. And again, let's go to our camera. We got Ebony up on the monitor here. This is going to be from Tuscaloosa. And this is UD2 McFarland at US 43. That's Northport. All right, so this is a look at Northport. And that's what it looks like as the line is coming into Tuscaloosa. This is near the Northport City Hall, the municipal complex there. Very strong winds. And again, this type of wind can easily knock down some trees, especially weakened trees. And the other concern is the fact that the ground is so saturated from the rain had earlier this week that they could come down pretty easily tonight. And we've certainly seen a lot of that, Evan, but I've heard of no injuries so far, which is good.
Yeah, no injuries, and that's the big win here, is when you can have this damage, or you can see the state bird fly, which nobody ever wants to see. But it's the no injuries that are very, very important, and that means that there's been a good warning that people have taken heed to this. But this is coming into Tuscaloosa, as James was just talking about here. I've got our Skycam popped up. I don't see anything of note just yet where our Skycam is, but this is coming in right where 43 hits just north of downtown. This is going to be moving across Highway 82, following Highway 82 as it moves through central Tuscaloosa County here over the next short while. I'm going to go a little bit further down this line where we have the tornado warning. That circulation that was near Knoxville, just to the south of Ralph, this is continuing to move off to the east here, and again, not the greatest circulation here, but you do look at where you start to see some changes in color or some highlights in green versus lower velocities here. I would say right there, it's not a great one. Moundville, this is coming up upon you. This is going to stay to the south of places like Foster's, Englewood. Highway 69 runs right here. If you've ever driven to, to Tuscaloosa to 82, you get off that exit there and you head down. There's a couple schools down just to the south of Moundville, and that appears to be the part of the line. A lot of trees in northern Hale County. One of the places that I have chased before and noted that there's a ton of pine trees. So this is the type of storm, type of setup here that'll down a lot of those trees, especially given the fact that we had a tremendous amount of rain the other day. In fact, places like Moundville saw about 2.9 inches of rain on some of their gauges the other morning. So we've had some decent rain there recently. A little bit further to the south as we go down towards Forkland, this was the other tornado warning that was in play. And again, don't see anything overly suspicious here in terms of circulations, but what have we said? That they'll pop up. They're cyclical. They'll pop up, they'll disappear, and then they're over with. But you can still have some strong gusty winds even if there is not a tornado, which we've been trying to stress here, because a lot of times you'll think, oh, gusty winds, no big deal. But gusty winds, they can do their fair share of damage too. All right, I want to go up to the further north in this line, and this is going to be what just came through Jasper. So Jasper, you're in the clear. Still raining, but the worst part of this has moved on. West Jefferson heads up. You're going to be next up for this particular spot in the line, and eventually this is going to be over in the Birmingham area here within the next little while. So as we look at some of our time arrivals here, you get on out to Oak Grove, and that's about 7 minutes away. Birmingham's about 27 minutes away. Again, we've mentioned the timing into the Birmingham Metro. Downtown's going to be right at about 1 o'clock in the morning. Trussville, a little bit later than that, probably just after 1 a.m. And Vestavia Hills, as you get to the south side of Birmingham, Homewood, Vestavia Hills, eventually the Hoover area, that's going to probably be about 35 to 40 minutes based on the orientation of this line. And all of Jefferson County is in that severe thunderstorm warning, as is Cullman County. The middle of this line coming through South Vinemont. You got Good Hope here, Holly Pond, Baileyton, and this is all headed towards, this is the Blount County line here. You got Highway 278 runs right into this, and this is going to follow that 278 corridor all the way to state line. So eventually places like Gadsden, I've had a couple people ask, say, hey, what about the Gadsden area? What about areas in Cherokee County and Etowah County? It'll get there eventually, but the immediate threat here in the short term is going to next up be Blount County, and then the Birmingham Metro. Areas to the south of Birmingham, like Hoover, going to be a little bit later than that. And as you get further to the south, this line is now moved through Tuscaloosa. Our Skycam, you can really no longer see out of because the rain is coming torrentially. Utah is in an interesting situation because it is in between two tornado polygons here, one for Moundville, so this includes parts of Greene County, parts of Hale, parts of Tuscaloosa County as well. This goes all the way towards the Bibb County line, has not been extended into Bibb County. There's no current warnings, but it will likely be extended here. And then you go to the south, Utah, you have a very heavy downpour there, possibly some strong gusty winds, but not in the tornado warning. We'll see if there's any indication here on velocity of these two circulations. Does not appear, and again, none of the circulations have looked overly promising, but you see these bright greens here. There's still strong winds coming in with these storms, and because of recent rains, this will take trees down. Got a number of pine trees in my backyard. I know exactly which ones, if it's coming through, are probably coming down. So again, just be wary of that. This wind event is going to hit everybody over the next couple of hours.
Yeah, let's take a look at WEXO 5 images if we can. These are some of the damage images coming in tonight. Tuscumbia took a pretty good hit. The shoals up around Florence, Sheffield, Tuscumbia, Muscle Shoals. This is some structural damage in downtown Tuscumbia earlier tonight. The risk, by the way, for the shoals has ended. And again, most of the videos coming in tonight look pretty much the same. You can see those fierce winds and brief heavy rain. The heavy rain lasts for about, 15 minutes. This is more tree and power line damage. Obviously, a power pole taken down there. You saw the outages earlier. The outages continue to increase across the state. And again, as the line comes through, you can expect down trees and power outages. Again, this is some more damage at a home here. A lot of folks are sending in images like this. A lot of trees have been blown down. Again, all of these images were captured across North and West Alabama as the line came through the last hour or so. There's some damage to utility fixtures there at a certain house up in Northwest Alabama. A lot of these state birds are flying tonight. These things are on the loose. Be aware. You might have a trampoline that you didn't have before. This is a church steeple that was blown over. I want to say this was over in Lamar County earlier tonight. And again, this is going to be some more video of what it looks like in Alabama tonight. Very strong winds. Again, the winds have been averaging 40 to 50 within the line. And with the ground saturated from the rain we had earlier this week, obviously the trees are coming down maybe easier than they typically would. And the other great concern is the fact that we just don't advise traveling tonight in that you don't want to be driving because a tree could be down across a road, a big tree. You don't see it, it's dark, there's no power, and you don't know it till you come right up on it. And that's never a good situation. Again, that's some of the structural damage in downtown Tuscumbia, up in Muscle Shoals tonight when the storms came through earlier. And again, this note from a lady in Muscle Shoals, she says, "That's my backyard and I do not own a trampoline." They have no idea where that thing came from, but it's been that kind of a night. There's a large tree down adjacent to a house. This tree actually came into a house up in Northwest Alabama earlier tonight. No injuries reported so far. And we've had trees that have been blown down on top of vehicles tonight. You'll see one here that was taken, I want to say, over in Lamar County. But let's go back to the radar. It's 12:36, and we've got the line of severe storms coming right through Tuscaloosa. And the line runs from Huntsville to Cullman, Dora, Summerton, Tuscaloosa, curving down to Moundville, Utah, and approaching Demopolis. And again, we have two tornado warning polygons here. We have one that is straddling the southern part of Tuscaloosa County, northern Hale County, and we have the other one that's down here in southern Greene and far eastern, southeastern Sumter County. And really, these have not produced tornadoes here as we've been watching them. The Weather Service issued warnings for these based on a brief circulation that popped up on a volume scan, and the circulations went away. And again, that's why we say this is whack-a-mole, trying to warn for these QLCS. QLCS is quasi-linear convective system, a long line. And these tornadoes within the line, they're very brief. We're not that good. There's some things in the weather enterprise we cannot do. And we just can't warn for these things very effectively because they're down. By the time a warning goes out, they're gone. But again, technically a tornado warning for extreme southern Tuscaloosa, northern Hale, tornado warning for southern Greene, extreme southeastern Sumter. But the greatest concern, let's expand the view again, it's damaging winds within this entire line. Again, all the way from Huntsville down to Cullman, Smith Lake, Tuscaloosa, and a point just to the west of Demopolis down to York and Livingston and Butler. And we should mention we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect now for Hale, Marengo, Choctaw counties. Basically, everybody in the path of this line is going to be under a severe thunderstorm warning. And again, we've got Jefferson and Blount counties under a severe thunderstorm warning. The line of storms should be getting into the Birmingham metro soon after 1 o'clock. But let's go back to our Skycam network. I want to show some images here. In fact, let's take that Algo camera if we can. Where's this camera located? I think this is still Northport, right? Okay, Rice Mine Road in Tuscaloosa. So that's what you see is what you get. That's what it's looking like here. Let's go to our Skycam network if we can. We'll take a look at maybe the Jasper camera first. I think the storms have basically moved out of Jasper. Yes, there's the, notice the flags have really stopped flapping in the wind, which is a good thing. So downtown Jasper looking much better. Let's go to the Tuscaloosa DCH camera if that one by chance is up, and I think that might be DCH, right, Evan?
Yeah, it's up for the time being. We'll see. We're getting a lot of outages being reported around Skyland Boulevard as well as Northport here in the last 2-3 minutes. Yeah,
it's and obviously Tuscaloosa is going through a very rough ride right now. So let's go to maybe our Birmingham camera and point perhaps the Alabama Power Company camera back to the north and west, and you can see the lightning that will be coming in. That's overlooking the BJCC complex. We'll point it back to the north and west. But again, a lot of tree damage tonight. We've had a lot of power outages tonight. and it's been that kind of a night. It's been a rough ride. This is exactly what we expected, by the way. The greatest problem tonight has not been tornadoes, been damaging straight line wind within a long squall line. And understand these are very challenging to deal with, as we often talk about, especially these middle of the night QLCS events. But again, as the storms come through your area, you can expect winds of 40, maybe 50 miles an hour. That could be enough to knock down trees and power lines and create some damage. That's overlooking Malfunction Junction there in downtown Birmingham. So again, that's the situation. Let's go back to the radar real quickly, and we're going to bounce back and forth between sources here. We have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect now for all of Cullman, Morgan, Blount, Jefferson, Eastern Walker, all of Tuscaloosa. Again, downtown Birmingham is here. The line should be in Birmingham in about 30 minutes. The line coming right through Tuscaloosa. The line is coming through the Warrior River between Utah and Greensboro. Line coming through Forkland in southern Greene County. The line approaching Demopolis. That'll be an interesting camera to watch in a second, is our Demopolis camera that's on the Tom Bigby at the Civic Center there. And we do have the flashing red polygons. We have two tornado warning polygons. We have one for extreme southern Tuscaloosa, one for extreme northern Hale. We have one for extreme southern Greene County. Both of these have not really produced so far. We have one report of a tree down on 2nd Avenue in Moundville with people trapped. Again, that is coming in from the Hale County EMS, emergency EMS folks, the folks that run the ambulance crews there in Hale County. So again, that's the reason we're asking people to consider severe thunderstorm warnings like a tornado warning tonight. Because if you got trees around your house, those trees could come down on your house, and you want to be in a small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows. And again, whether that particular situation was straight line winds or a small tornado really doesn't matter. You just want to be sheltered. So if we call out your county as under a severe thunderstorm warning or a tornado warning, either one, you want to be in a safe place if you have trees around your property, and a lot of people in this state do. And understand, everybody within this line, you're under some type of warning, either a tornado warning or a severe thunderstorm warning. So again, the storms have come on through Tuscaloosa. We've got that brief tornado warning down here for southern Tuscaloosa, northern Hale. Tornado warning in effect for southern Greene, southeastern Sumter. But the line itself stretches from just east of Tuscaloosa up to the Walker-Jefferson County line, around Bagley, Sayre, Doris, Summerton, up into southern Cullman County, right below down here toward Hanceville, south of Cullman, then back up toward Holly Pond, and then right back up toward Huntsville. And again, we note the Weather Service in Huntsville continues these tornado warnings. Let's look at these very quickly. And again, everybody's going to deal with the chance of damaging straight line winds. We'll pop on the high top radar to get a better look at the storms here. But the Weather Service in Huntsville placing part of Jackson County under a tornado warning for the possibility of a circulation right back in through here that would be northeast of the city of Huntsville. So just wanted to mention, for those that are watching up in the Tennessee Valley, we have a tornado warning in effect now for northeastern Madison and northern Jackson counties. This does not include the city of Scottsboro. Scottsboro is right down there. This does include High Top, where the radar is located, and the adjacent parts of southern Tennessee. So, and let's just say for our friends in Limestone, Morgan counties, and Points West, you're done with any risk of severe storms or tornadoes. This is a one and done. Once the line passes, you are done. So let's pop on the reflectivity again. And again, let's start giving some all clears. I think that's a good thing to do. But this is stratiform rain back here. There's no chance of any severe storms. This is your severe convective line right here coming through Huntsville. If you're in Athens, Moulton, anywhere back toward the Shoals, you've still got some rain, but there's nothing severe. The line of severe storms stretches now from near Huntsville, then right down toward Hanceville in Cullman County, and then down to the Jefferson-Walker County line, and it'll be coming through Birmingham pretty soon, and then ultimately it continues down into parts of eastern and southern Tuscaloosa counties. And again, for the city of Tuscaloosa, the worst is over, the rain beginning to taper off now. Heaviest rain coming through Brookwood and Coaling and Vance, east of Tuscaloosa. Storms are extending down to the south, approaching Greensboro. And again, we now have a tornado warning in effect for southern Hale County for the activity that's near Forkland. So let's pop on the velocity display again. And again, we want to stress that these tornadoes we're trying to chase, they are brief and they're very short-lived. But again, there's evidence of a tornado that might be near the Alabama Power Company generating plant that's on the Warrior River. That'll be crossing the river over into southern Hale County. Greensboro is on the northern edge of the tornado warning polygon. The polygon runs down toward Prairieville and Gallion near U.S. Highway 80. This is for the southern part of Hale County. So again, from Greensboro south, you need to be sheltered. This tornado is probably short-lived. It's not going to last a long time, but there's a chance there could be one there. But everybody's going to have damaging straight-line wind. Evans, this is a hard messaging night tonight where we often focus on tornadoes, but in this case, we got to focus on the severe thunderstorm warnings. They're just as big of a deal.
Right, they're all encompassing too. It's not like there's been one spot where you're like, they're omitted. It's an entire line. It's a solid line. Let's pop up the Demopolis cam really quickly here because I've been watching that. There should be a light visible off in the distance here. You can't see it at all. An absolute deluge has come down. In fact, the camera may have froze there. Hard to tell. I don't believe it is a live feed anymore, but it went from I could see down the Warrior River there to absolutely not. So that's pretty close to this polygon here. And again, this is kind of a dead zone, a good ways away, but this is where that tornado warning resides. You have Highway 25 right here that runs right through southern Hale County. So this is going to be next up for this particular cell as it moves off to the east, Rosemary, eventually New Bern, and then it'll continue off in the easterly direction here. So that is one of two tornado warnings that is currently in place. I'm going to switch back to the reflectivity, and we're going to just kind of creep up this line, give you the latest on what's happening and the timings here. So you get up towards Harper Hill here in Hale County, and we are in a severe thunderstorm polygon, not the tornado polygon. You get up towards Duncanville. I had a lot of people ask questions about what's happening in and around Tuscaloosa. So Tuscaloosa, you're here. You are away from the lead edge. You see the lead edge? It's a very, very small area where you have that severe threat initially. It's a short window, 15 minutes or so, and then it's over with here. Brookwood, you're right on top of it. Coaling, right on top of it. Somebody just asked in the Facebook chat about Vance. This is coming in that general direction. All along I-2059 here as you get closer to Bibbville, Highway 11, and eventually this is going to get closer to that 459 split, right where McCalla is, right where Hoover is, and that will be probably a little bit after 1 a.m. We move further north on this line, and again, all of this, and that's why we say, the tornado threat or not, this is a wind event that's going to impact everybody. We've started to see an uptick in some of those damage reports. As we mentioned, when we see trampolines flying, we know that the winds are starting to pick up here. So it's continuing all the way up into northern Jefferson County and Cullman County as well. And eventually this will be hitting places like Gadsden, like Raglan, like Aniana, like Trussville. And that'll be happening here over the next 30 to 45 minutes. I'll do a couple tracks here if I can before we send it back over. But this will be getting to the Etowah County line about 20 after 1. It's right on top of Warrior. Next up is Springville. I call it about 115 to 120. Let's go Graysville over to Trussville, and this is going to be about 120 as well. The edge of this that is in West Jefferson County is going to get to the Birmingham Metro here within the next 15, 20, 25 minutes. Had a couple people ask about Hoover as well. Not far away now. You got about 15, 20 minutes. And notice the lightning strikes within this part of the line here. That's pretty decent uptick here. 122 strikes just a little bit ago, about 65 strikes. So maybe starting to see a little bit of an intensification or ramping up as this gets closer to the metro. Go a little bit further to the south here in Tuscaloosa County. And again, I mentioned this coming through Brookwood, Vance. Eventually this will be getting into Shelby County here about 1:30. And perhaps Chilton County. It'll be moving through Centerville first, but about 1:45 getting to central Chilton County, Jemison, Thorsby, and Centerville. You're probably about 1:15 or so for the edge of this line, which currently does have a tornado warning on it. So that's a look at some of the times here. And as we've mentioned, tornado warning, yes, absolutely take shelter, but treat these severe thunderstorm warnings the same way. You get a 70-mile-an-hour wind gust out of this, that's can be just as destructive as having EF0, EF1 tornado. So we certainly want to make people take this seriously. It's very easy to think, oh, severe thunderstorm, that's not as bad. In this instance, it certainly can be, and we want everyone to treat it in a way that you get to your safe place. We always go to schools and talk to kids, hey, do you know where your safe place is? And knowing that before this line gets here is a great thing. If it's your basement, if it's your pantry, had a couple kids say, our pantry's big, it's a walk-in and there's snacks. Great, get there. It'll be 15, 20 minutes, and then this stuff will be moving along. Areas in the all clear, I'll very quickly draw a line because that is always fun to do. Coleman, you're in the clear. Jasper, you're in the clear. Tuscaloosa, you're in the clear. And this goes all the way on down. Sumter County, you're in the clear. Basically, if you are on this side of that line, we are in the clear. It is still raining. There might even be a few rumbles of thunder, but there is nothing of any severity. On the flip side, as you head out ahead of this line, eventually Aniana, Springville, Pell City, Talladega, Childersburg. Interesting. Sylacauga said, a lady said, man, it's really coming into Sylacauga. That's just gradient winds. So you got winds out ahead of this line as well that are going to really be picking up. So this line getting into some major metro areas here moving forward. This line coming in pretty quickly. 45 to 55 miles an hour being measured. Before I throw it back over to James, let's get a check on those power outages here in central Alabama. Walker County, big spike here, James, in just the last little while. We went from very minimal outages to 6,500, Fayette County, 2,500, Tuscaloosa County, 3,500, and Jefferson County about 1,000, but those numbers will likely tick up here as this main line continues to move off to the east.
All right, so again, reports coming in through the Skywatcher chat. We're so thankful for our Skywatchers. They help us every day, and especially during times like this. Got a report of a car that has gotten entangled in power lines along Highway 13 near Lynn in Winston County. Large tree down across Highway 5 near Lynn. And again, we've got so many reports of trees down, it's hard to keep up with all of them. But trust me, there's a lot. In fact, if we can, let's go to WEX 05, and I want to show some of the images. And again, all of these have come in here in the last 30 minutes or so, and these are in various parts of northwest Alabama in advance of this line of storms. And again, a lot of trees, at least the power's on at that house, and we got a lot of these things. I mean, that state bird is in flight. I mean, it is flying tonight. Goodness gracious. A lot of people are seeing these, and they have no idea where they came from. Looks like this is going to be some video of what the storms look like coming through. And again, this is a common scene. The heaviest rain, the strongest wind seems to take about 10 to 15 minutes as they come through any one given location. And again, it's come on through Tuscaloosa, it's coming through Demopolis. And again, that's what people can expect. Here's some more video of the line of storming through. And again, that wind is absolutely ferocious with this line. In some cases, we think the winds have gusted to over 50 miles an hour. And obviously, when you've got conditions like that, we're going to have trees down, power lines down, and power outages. And this is something where everybody will experience this. I wish I could say that you're not, but if you're in the state of Alabama, at some point, you will deal with this. If you've not already, you will later this morning. And again, this is some more video that has come in here. And it looks like that might be going a little sideways there, but again, you get the idea. Same thing, I want to say that's up in Huntsville. Again, this is some of the structural damage. The shoals got hit pretty hard. This is Tuscumbia. And once we get the first light of day here in a few hours, we'll be able to assess that damage, whether it was straight line wind or tornadic. Most likely that was straight line wind. But again, all of these scenes across Alabama earlier this morning. Let's go back to the radar. And again, we want to stress everybody along this line could see winds of 40, maybe 50 miles an hour. The line running from near Huntsville down to now western Blount County, coming in toward Bluntsville and Locust Fork in Blount County, Cleveland in Blount County, Aniana. And then from there, it's now into northern and western Jefferson County. The heavier rain is falling around Mount Olive, approaching Gardendale. In fact, coming into Gardendale right now, coming into Graysville, Adamsville. It's out toward Oak Grove, Rock Creek, Sylvan Springs, McDonald Chapel, Pratt City, Edgewater, Hueytown, Pleasant Grove. And again, that'll be in downtown Birmingham soon. The line continues into eastern Tuscaloosa County. For Tuscaloosa, the risk of severe weather is over. Remember, this is a one-and-done night. Once it passes, you're done. We have a small tornado warning polygon for the extreme southeastern part of Tuscaloosa County down toward Duncanville. This is US 82 right here. And quite frankly, that circulation has moved on to the east. And again, the greatest concern here, it's not these brief spin-up tornadoes. It is from damaging straight-line winds. From there, the line of thunderstorms stretches on down into Hale County. We'll take a look at the southern part of this. You can see it's coming into Greensboro. And again, we have a tornado warning in effect for extreme southern Hale County, and this is for Greensboro and Point South down toward US 80, down toward Sunshine High School, Newbern here. And again, these are very small, brief tornadic circulations. They come and they go. And the question we always have in the Weather Enterprise is this: do we even try to warn for these things? A warning goes out, they're gone. Warning goes out, they're gone. Whack-a-mole it is. But again, we've got the tornado warning polygon here, and again, you need to be sheltered. You respect the polygon if you're in one. But and again, we have a new polygon just posted here for southern Perry County, and this includes the city of Marion. And again, that's for the circulation that would be down here south of Greensboro, down toward Sunshine High School and New Bern. And if that holds together, that's going to come out across Perry County. So again, we have a tornado warning in effect now for much of Perry County. This includes Marion. Marion is right here. Heiberger is up here. And again, we stress everybody will have damaging straight line winds or potential for that. But we've got a few spots where there could be an isolated tornado, and this is one of them. So again, we have potential for a brief isolated tornado that could come through parts of Perry County, south of Heiberger. This would include the town of Marion. Hamburg is down here. Suttle is right here. And again, just be aware of that if you're watching us in Perry County, south of Heiberger, south of Centerville, south of Brent. So let's go back to the reflectivity, and again, we'll keep working down the line. And this has come on through Demopolis. The worst is ending now for Demopolis. We got our Demopolis sky cam. That'll be an interesting one to see. We could probably point it out toward the parking lot of the Demopolis Civic Center. And most likely, the rain has started to calm down after coming through earlier when it was just absolutely pouring there. Let's see. That's our sky cam at Demopolis. And again, that's historic Bluff Hall, you see, which is adjacent to the Demopolis Civic Center. That's looking southeast from the roof of the Civic Center. The Tom Bigby is kind of behind that camera. But again, the conditions are starting to improve in Demopolis, which is good. Just wanted to show that quickly. So let's go back to our graphics box. And again, this is going to be the southern extent of that line. It's coming through Greensboro. It's come through Demopolis, coming through Linden and Faunsdale. And from there, it goes down into Choctaw County. It's already come through Butler. And again, it's coming down into southern Choctaw County, down toward Toxie, and ultimately into Washington County. We have severe thunderstorm warnings again for the whole length of this line, the whole length of the line blanketed by severe thunderstorm warnings, all the way from Washington up to Madison. And the new warnings are for Shelby and for St. Clair and for Etowah. And again, just understand, everybody, in advance of this line, your weather radio will be sounding. You're going to have a severe thunderstorm warning tonight. And again, looks like that thing's getting pretty close to Birmingham. So, Evan, let's check that Birmingham sky cam from Alabama Power Company. We're going to look right into the teeth of this thing as it comes into downtown Birmingham. So this is our camera that is located in downtown Birmingham. And let's point that thing a little to the right. That's looking due west. Let's go northwest. Up, yeah, keep going, keep going. We'll stop it about right there. And again, down below, that's the intersection of Interstate 59, 20, and 65 in downtown Birmingham. Lightning maybe not as impressive as it would be with some other events like this, but Evan, the wind is ferocious. Yeah, the wind ferocious enough that we've seen a big uptick in these power outages. We're watching a couple things. One is a strong area of rotation near New Bern. That's in southern Hale County. So I'm going to jump down to there quickly here before I go back to the cell that's up near Birmingham. So this is in Hale County. It's going to track across Perry County, and this would include places like Cedarville, Laneville, Sunshine, New Bern. James was just talking about this a few minutes ago, but you know, this has been the one cell really here that is held together with a little bit of tornadic potential. So we'll go to our velocity, and it's tough to see. It's pretty far from the radar, which is another disadvantage in this part of the state when you get south of Greensboro. But right here, we see these bright greens and then the darker color. So a change in those wind speeds in the atmosphere here. And this is headed right for New Bern and Sunshine here, and then eventually into parts of Perry County. So we're going to watch this closely. I want to get back up, though. This is coming into a very populous area, and I'm trying my best here to follow this chat that we have going on our Facebook live feed here. So coming into the Birmingham Metro, I'm going to go over to the reflectivity here, and you can certainly see this is tremendously heavy rain over near Lakeview. Coming into Hueytown, Bessemer. So if you're familiar, you come in, down I-20, get past the Mercedes plant, you get down towards Lakeview. There's an exit there that I believe has a Pilot or Love's right before you get to the 459 split. That is about where this line is, and it's going to come into place as Hueytown. You're already getting at Birmingham in the next couple of minutes. We've been saying right about 1 o'clock, and that looks like it's going to verify. Fultondale, you're about in it as well. Trussville will be next up. Vestavia, Hoover, all the way down into Pelham. And some major thoroughfares here as well. Not that you'd be, out driving at this time of night, but it certainly is coming through a very populous area here at this point. Looks like we've got lots of lightning in Coleman County. Power outages in Lakeview. Looks like Moundville, a couple questions about being in the clear there. That's always a good thing to sound off on. So in the good nature of trying to be positive for some folks, Moundville, you're in the clear. Coaling,
just about in the clear. Adamsville, got a few more minutes here on the lead edge of this, you'll be in the clear. West Jefferson, you're in the clear. Hanceville, in the clear. Holly Pond, in the clear. Out ahead of this, where we're not in the clear, Sneed, Aniana, Springville, Margaret, Trussville, Fultondale, Birmingham, Vestavia, Hoover, Chelsea, Wilsonville, Columbiana, Harpersville, Childersburg, Sylacauga. Talladega County in its entirety has not had a warning yet, but they will be next up. As we mentioned, we're just stacking these warnings downstream as this line continues to move. Some of the heaviest rain, the most intense part of this line here is coming right through Lakeview. I mean, this is an absolutely torrential downpour here. This is going to be north of West Blockton. This is going to be coming into basically a collision of Jefferson County to the north. You got Shelby County here, you got Tuscaloosa County here, and you got Bibb County here. So this is coming right over those areas here, and is on I-20. This will head towards Greenwood. Eventually this will get into northern Shelby County, places like Pelham, as well as Alabaster over the next about 20 minutes or so. We'll do a time of arrival because this is a fairly potent part of the line. I got about 120 for Pelham, for Alabaster, and that'll include us here at the station. A little bit further south, Maylene to that I-65 corridor down near Calera, about 125, 127 here. So this line, again, coming into a lot of busy places. And we've said this before, if you're just joining us here, this is a big wind event that's also had a tornado threat, but take the winds as serious as a tornado warning. Straight line winds, if you haven't been a part of a system that has damaging straight line winds, can be just as destructive. You take 70-mile-an-hour winds and push them against a structure, against some trees, it'll come down. It doesn't have to be swirling like in a tornadic nature to get that. So we've been kind of stressing that here this evening. If we look back to the south, this is that active tornado warning, and this is really at the fringes of our DMA here, but coming out of the New Bern area, this is about to cross into Perry County and eventually be near Sugarville, Vaden, and then Marion here within the next little while. And you know, it's had just enough to be suspicious here with the circulation where you see that change in wind velocity aloft, and there could be something weak there, but you also have the threat of winds along with it. So whether there's a tornado down or not, people need to be advised that that's a dangerous system. All of Bibb County is also in a severe thunderstorm warning as this line continuing to close in on Centerville. And this will be moving right through the Centerville-Brent area, that Highway 82 intersection, within the next 5 to 10 minutes. And as I mentioned, you get on over to Montevallo. University of Montevallo is right here. You got Calera right here. And then heading north, you get into Pelham, Alabaster. And then just north of there, of course, you head into southern Jefferson County. You get to Hoover. And this is coming into now just outside the Birmingham Metro here. And this will be crossing right through downtown. Our camera's very quiet as of now. I expect that to change fairly rapidly as we move forward. And then on the northern edge of this line, Aniana, you are now in the thick of it here as this line beginning to come through. Severe thunderstorm warning has been extended out to include Asheville, to include Reese City, Gadsden, Steele. And this is all going to continue off in the easterly direction again, with the biggest threat being the gusty winds. Blountsville, asking if you're clear. If you're back here towards Baileyton, Holly Pond, Hanceville, you're good. Blountsville, you're right in the middle of it. Sneed, you're still in it. Aniana, Highland Lake, you're in it. And then, of course, Springville hasn't hit yet. Margaret, as well as Moody to the south. That is upcoming within the next 10 to 15 minutes. So the good news, once this line moves through, you're good. You live to the west of this line, which includes Dora, which includes Vance, which includes Demopolis, points to the west. Sure, it's still raining, but it's below severe limits, so we're good. Once this line moves through, as loud as it may be, as dangerous as it may be, that's why we're saying get to your safe place. Treat it like a tornado. It's not going to last long. It's not a multiple round night. It's a one and done, and that'll be just about it here. But certainly coming into some very busy areas right now in the Birmingham Metro. It looks like we got a power pole on fire in Cleveland. Jefferson, Shelby, looks like we got some very strong winds coming into areas, big threat of falling trees. We've got some trees down in Blountsville as well. It looks like that storm down near New Bern, very close to forming a tornado, so they're continuing to watch that cell that's moving down in Perry County, and that'll be one that we follow, although it will skirt our southernmost extent of the DMA, but is worth watching. This is the part of the line that National Weather Service has been talking about here is this that's coming out of Lakeview, and you can see those returns there, James. I mean, torrentially heavy. We probably have some very strong gusty winds out ahead of that in places like Hueytown. This is eventually going to be right over McCalla. Hoover, the west side of Hoover there, exit 6, you've got Hoover to the south, you've got Bessemer just to the north, so coming into some very densely populated neighborhoods.
Yeah, so obviously the line is not coming into the Birmingham Metro. And again, let's expand this out, Evan. I want to show pretty much the whole state. I want to show the whole line from northeast to southwest. We're getting a lot of people saying, what about? Obviously, we can't call off every town. Everybody in the whole state will be affected by this. Either you have earlier or you will be in the next couple of hours. So understand it's a situation where we've got to just talk about the whole line. It's different than a case where we've got a tornado situation. This is a damaging wind situation. And yes, from time to time, we've had isolated brief tornadoes, but quite frankly, the damaging straight line wind with this is more intense than these brief tornadoes. So just please understand it's a different kind of situation. But if you're in advance of this line, all the way from Scottsboro in Jackson County to Birmingham, down to Greensboro, anywhere off to the east, you're going to be in a severe thunderstorm warning, and you can have damaging straight line winds, enough to knock down trees and power lines. And if you are in a warning, and everybody's in a warning in advance of this line, severe thunderstorm warnings, the advice is to treat it like a tornado warning if you have a lot of trees on your property, because trees can come down very quickly in this type of situation with the saturated soil. And that's the greatest concern, is somebody being hurt by a tree falling into a house tonight. And again, we've got those storms coming right into Birmingham. They're coming into Albertville, Gunnersville. They're going to be in Gadsden fairly soon. Etowah County under a severe thunderstorm warning. St. Clair, obviously Jefferson and Blount, Shelby County under a severe thunderstorm warning as well. Everybody in advance of the line will be under a severe thunderstorm warning. And we have one tornado warning polygon that's in effect for southern Perry County. This includes the city of Marion, but understand, even down here, before we even focus on one spot, the whole line will have potential for damaging straight line wind and power outages. Quickly, let's go to WEXO 5. Want to show some of the images. We want to thank our sky watchers. This image is coming from Chris Gardner. Chris is in Fayette, and he reports that this is on County Road 23 in Fayette. And this is a situation where you don't want to drive tonight, because understand that you could easily come across a downed tree and you don't know it's there. It's dark, there's no power, and that can create some big problems. So again, we just don't advise driving if you've yet to have the line of storms tonight. Again, that's County Road 23 in Fayette. This is some structural damage to some homes in Fayette. This is from Chris Gardner, and he's reporting that this is some damage near Southside Baptist Church to a home. No injuries, but there's extensive damage to 2 homes there. So again, that's coming in from Fayette. A lot of videos, and there's a lot of water coming down, but we're so thankful this is a very quick hitting line of storms. We don't expect any major flooding problems tonight, and that, but boy, look at that. This is why we would advise not driving tonight. Wow. That's pretty severe right there. But again, the winds have been averaging about 40 to 50 miles per hour within the line. And in some cases, probably had winds gusting to 60 or higher. And I'm sure at some point, we're probably going to see evidence of maybe a couple of small tornadoes that have touched down in the state. And again, the state bird is clearly in flight tonight. But let's go back to the radar, and let's focus on Birmingham. We'll start with the Birmingham Metro. We've got that line of severe storms coming right into town. And I'd like to take a look at the Alabama Power Company headquarters Skycam looking north and west, if we can do that. This is going to be a look right into the belly of this line of storms. And this is what you can expect if you're in the path of this. And again, you can see a lot of water on the lens. And really, I'm not seeing that much lightning with this, but again, that's not the big deal. The big deal is not that. It's simply the wind. And again, for the Birmingham Metro, we could easily see winds gusting to 50, 55 miles an hour, and that's going to knock down a lot of trees. A lot of you are just now waking up. Maybe you've heard a warning. Your weather radio has sounded. And our advice tonight is to take the severe thunderstorm warnings and treat them like a tornado warning. So if you get a severe thunderstorm warning, and if you have trees on your property, we advise you go to a small room, lowest floor, near the center, away from windows. Let's put the radar behind me. We'll go back to the radar. But just consider that. Put on a helmet, a bike helmet, motorcycle helmet, batting helmet, in that if a tree does come through your home, That's pretty dangerous, and obviously the goal is we don't want anybody hurt tonight. I've heard of no injuries so far. But again, that line of storms coming right into downtown Birmingham now, and this is kind of the midpoint of that line. So let's go from north to south, Evan. Let's start up north, and we're going to go down to the south. And let's see if the tornado warnings are still up in here for Jackson County, up in northeast Alabama. Now we have a tornado warning in effect for Marshall and for parts of DeKalb counties here. So we have a new tornado warning for parts of northeast Alabama. Let's go to the high top radar, and we'll check the velocity display coming from high top. And again, understand these are going to be ill-defined. But again, Evan is suggesting the spot where the Weather Service might consider the fact that there's a tornado. This is near Horton. This is in Marshall County, near Douglas. And that potential tornado will be coming out across Highway 431 if it stays that long. And most of these are going to be down for 2, 3, 4 minutes, and they're gone. But again, this is the standard protocol here. So in terms of the tornado warning polygon, you've got Albertville, which is here, Boaz here. Gunnersville is not, downtown Gunnersville not in this polygon, and it runs over into DeKalb County. You got Crossville here. This is Geraldine. This is Lakeview. Now, this does not include Collinsville or Fort Payne here, Rainsville. This does include Geraldine. So just understand this is a new tornado warning polygon for parts of Marshall and DeKalb counties up in northeast Alabama. But again, everybody will be seeing potential for damaging straight line winds. So if you're in a tornado warning polygon or not, you've still got an issue with strong winds tonight, but we just wanted to point that out. Tornado warning, parts of Marshall and DeKalb counties in northeast Alabama. And again, the signature is not that impressive, but Weather Service in Huntsville thought it's the best thing to do is to pull the trigger on that. So let's go back to reflectivity. And again, well, let's stay with velocity. I'm sorry, let's check this storm up here in extreme northern Jackson County. Again, we're watching, again, the system is basically coming on top of the radar, and this signature is kind of faded away. That's what it's going to look like over a radar site. That's not a tornado signature here. But again, technically, northern Jackson County under a tornado warning. This is for areas north of Scottsboro. This does include Stevenson. So now let's go to the reflectivity, and we're just going to work our way down the line. So we're going to try and call out everybody so nobody gets mad at us here. But people get mad anyway, Evan, you know that. And remember, you can't hurt my feelings because I have no feelings left to hurt. So you can see the line from Scottsboro, then down to Gunnersville, Albertville, in Marshall County, curving down into Blount County, around Inland Lake, Straight Mountain, coming into Springville and St. Clair County. Storms will be in Asheville soon. Remember, everybody in the line could see damaging straight line winds. The line stretches down right into downtown Birmingham. The storm's coming right into the core of downtown Birmingham. From there, the southwest part of Jefferson County down toward McCalla and Bessemer. From there, down into parts of extreme eastern Bibb, western Shelby counties. The storms are coming through Centerville and Brent in Bibb County. We'll keep on going down the line. You can see the storms are coming through Perry County now, approaching Marion. And again, there's a notch right here. Let's stop it here. Let's take a look at the velocity display. Could be an inflow notch here, and there's evidence of what could be a tornado coming right up on downtown Marion. So again, Marion Military Institute, anybody around the city of Marion in Perry County, you ought to be sheltered. And again, we recommend everybody be sheltered for this whole line, but again, especially, this might be one of our better tornado signatures we've seen. And that tornado signature is basically right on top of the town of Marion. So again, tornado warning for southern Perry County. We have a possible tornado near Marion. And again, seeing evidence of inflow here. Where you've got inflow, that's where you might see tornadoes. When everything is outflow dominated, you don't have tornadoes, but again, evidence there could be some inflow here. We're looking for evidence of any debris being lofted. We're not seeing that. But again, this might be one of our better velocity signatures of the evening, but whatever. Forget the tornado if there's one there. We could see damaging straight line winds as well. So again, Marion, everybody there should be sheltered. There's a tornado warning. And from there, the storms extend on down to the south, down toward Uniontown and the southern part of Perry County. Uniontown is located right here. And from there, it goes down into Marengo County, down Highway 25, down toward Thomaston. From there, down towards Sweetwater, Dixon's Mills, Nanophilia, then curving down into the far eastern and southeastern part of Choctaw County. So that is a long tour of that line of storms, Evan. And again, we're thankful that we've not heard of any injuries so far tonight, which is a good thing.
Yeah, I'm going through here. And for those who we're not trying to miss you, I promise. I'm trying to follow the Facebook chat here. I've got that pulled up and answer folks. You understand, we've got a lot of people commenting here, but a couple of the questions I've had are for people in the clear up here in the Blount County area. So if you live in Blunsville, you're clear. If you live in Cleveland, you're clear. Locust Fork, clear. Hortons Mill, clear. Aniana, you're winding down. All good? All good. If we look further south, Pine Mountain, Remlap, Bradford. Pinson, you're still kind of in the heart of it. Fultondale, you're still in it. Forestdale, you're coming out of it. Adamsville, it's winding down. As you get over towards Rock Creek, Oak Grove, North Johns, all these areas now in the clear. You get the idea. You're on the western side of this line. You get over towards Bibbville, West Blockton, you're in the clear. Piper, you're still in the middle of it. Marvell, you're still in the middle of it as well. Centerville, still right in the thick of things. Antioch, heads up, you're going to be next. And as we work our way even further to the south, as you get near Heiberger, we have, again, some very, very heavy rain, intense lightning along this line. Then, of course, this tornado warning, which has been the best looking cell, honestly. This has been a prolongedly warmed storm going all the way back into parts of Hale County here. So we've been watching this, and this, again, is to the south of much of our central Alabama DMA here, but we're keeping a close eye on it as it moves through central central Perry County through the town of Marion. In fact, it looks like it's right on top.
We lost power here.
Yeah, we did. I was going to try to play it cool, but I see I'm in the dark now. So
take the graphics full. We're on a generator here. Oftentimes, what happens is that we lose the lights when we go on generator power. So that's a sign evident of what we've been talking about. Yep. Here we are in River Chase dealing with it now.
So yeah, and with that, that might be a good time to go to our power outage map here before I revisit the radar. So looking here, and I'm starting to see much more outages here on this map. So let's go to a couple. Let's go to Hale County, 5,000 outages. Bibb County, only 300, but that's at the beginning of this line. 16,000 outages in Tuscaloosa County, 4,000 in Jefferson, 8,000 in Walker, and 6,000 there in Cullman. So that's very telling when you see these outages here that we've had some strong winds. Again, I'm watching this for damage reports. It looks like I got a question about Pleasant Grove and McCalla. So Pleasant Grove, looks like you are just about out of this one. Here, let me clear off this map so we can.
And I'm going to get backup internet supply from me, and that we've lost internet here for our in-house network. So I'll be right back.
All right, we'll keep on watching here, but looks like places in central and western Jefferson County are in the clear. Morris, you're good. Hayden, you're good. Much of Blount County now in the clear. Aniana, I can add you to that list now. As you get closer to Goodwin's Mill, Gallant, Springville, you're still in the thick of it there in front of that line. And then, of course, up near Albertville, headed towards Geraldine and Crossville. This is up into DeKalb County. We have that tornado warning, a new tornado warning as well. That is in place for Jackson County, Alabama. So this line literally goes all the way into all the way into Tennessee, and then all the way back into Mississippi. I mean, this is a very, very all-encompassing line where every single location here along this boundary has the potential for strong straight line wind damage. As for the areas that are upcoming, I'll start in points to the south and we'll work our way north. So we'll go down to southern Perry County. This is where that tornado warning is. So areas out in front of here, Radford, Perryville, you are going to be in the thick of this line here, in the thick of this tornado warned cell, all the way up to Panhandle, which is right down just to the south and west of southern Chilton County. Maplesville, I've been there, wonderful police department. Went there and they helped me when I was chasing one day. So you're about 148 to time of arrival there. Let me clear this off and I'll pan off to the north here. Centerville, you're right in the thick of it, but should be over with here soon. Let's draw this out to 31 and I-65 from, say, the Antioch area. Jemison, about 142. A little bit further to the north near Montevallo, you're just a couple minutes away here. I'd say about 4 or 5 minutes in Montevallo to Calera, where the National Weather Service is, about 10 minutes away there, 15 give or take, as we look at the south side of, or southern half of Shelby County. Let's go a little further north here. Time of arrival for Alabaster. It's happening now. I can hear it outside of our station, and we are just at the boundary of Pelham and Hoover. Wilsonville, about 147. Hoover, you're in the thick of it here, so certainly not in the clear. 280, that stretch from Vestavia right there by the Grandview Hospital all the way down to Harpersville. You are next up here. As we move forward, I'm going to pan this a little bit further to the north. For folks who are in St. Clair County, heads up, we are coming into St. Clair County now. Moody, Margaret, Springville in the thick of it. Raglan is coming up at about 139. From Steele over to just north of Ohatchee, about 145. Gadsden, you're seeing it now as well. So this line continues to race off to the east. We have a flurry of tornado warnings in northeast Alabama. That includes places like DeKalb County, Jackson County, as well as Marshall County and Albertville. This does not include, it includes Crossville, not Collinsville. So Collinsville, you're okay at the moment. We'll keep a close eye on that. I had somebody ask me about that here, so that is certainly good news. Because of the internet outage, I do not see y'all's messages anymore. I apologize. I'll try to get that switched over when I can here, but I'm doing my best to try to call out all the locations that may be in the clear here. Panning back to the south, again, severe thunderstorm warning along the entirety of this line. And I got to say, one of the more impressive ones has been down here in Perry County, just to the north of Marion. You can see by these returns here, but even up into Centerville, this line, very potent, very strong. And all along this line, we've said, you know, the wind gusts are going to can be very significant here. And we'll continue to track this as it heads towards I-65 here over the next 30 to 45 minutes. Chilton County, you're about to be next up in this round of severe thunderstorms. This is firmly now into Chelsea, or excuse me, just to the east of Hoover, headed towards Chelsea in central Shelby County. So pretty good winds likely with this. Wherever you see these little bowing segments, that's a lot of times where we see a localized increase in wind speed. That's why you get these weird shapes, these weird setups within this line, is you'll get this really strong push of wind back behind the line of thunderstorms. And keep in mind, we've got a very strong wind profile. We call it the low-level jet. It sits aloft in the atmosphere several thousand feet, and when it increases aloft, it can cause these bowing segments. It causes this really strong wind shear and gives us this incredible wind energy that we have had here, responsible for these severe thunderstorms. So again, as we look at the line in its entirety here, it stretches all the way back into Mississippi and then all the way up to Tennessee. Let's see if our Skycam in Gadsden has anything, because it is coming up to Gadsden within the next about 5 to 10 minutes, it looks like, depending on your location within Etowah County and the Gadsden area. This is a look over, I'm not sure if we can take our Gadsden Skycam or not, but we've got that looking over the Coosa River, and that may have actually froze there, but we've got that coming into some of the metro area in Gadsden. So if you live on South Side, Hoax Bluff, Old Harmony, Atala, we are looking at this line coming in here, back into St. Clair County and Blount County. In fact, all of Blount County appears to be in the clear. So for those folks who had been asking me about Blount County before I lost ability to communicate with you guys, Blount County appears to be in the clear. We now are bearing down on St. Clair County with this line, including towns of Margaret, Asheville, Ragland, Pell City, Leeds. Birmingham downtown, as quickly as that entered, we're about to say Birmingham's in the all clear. Same with Vestavia for Hoover. This line is moving very quickly. One of the blessings with this is the quick movement means it's out of here quickly. It's a one and done. This rain behind here, you know, people will see these yellow returns up in Jasper and Haleyville, and you'll think, oh no, here's some more. No, this is what we call stratiform rain. So this forms on the back side of the line. If you are along and to the east of this line I'm about to draw, you still need to have your heads up. Back here to the west, in many of our West Alabama counties, we are in the clear, James.
That's
so
good.
We're seeing some good things.
So let's take WEXO 5, and again, we are. I do have lights here. We're on the emergency generator here at the TV station. If we can, maybe we don't have WEXO 5. If we have that, I've got some more images to take. In fact, I'm sorry. That's totally my fault. We had to go on a backup internet. You have to have a backup to the backup here when you're doing what we do. So now I think you can see WEXO 5, and there we go. Again, this is a common scene across Alabama tonight. I've gotten dozens and dozens of photographs just like this of power lines and trees down across roads with this line. And again, these are some very common scenes. Again, there's a pretty large tree that's come down, and goodness gracious, they're fortunate that went down on the street and not onto that house. We have had reports of homes being hit by falling trees tonight. And again, that's a really common sight tonight. This is why we certainly advise you don't drive tonight, because understand a lot of trees have come down on roads and you don't know what's around the bend, and it's so dark. There's so many power outages. You come around the bend and you might wind up with something like that. This is some structural damage, and again, most of the structural damage reports I've seen so far, they have come in from the shoals up in northwest Alabama. There's a chance that possibly a small tornado touched down into Tuscumbia. That's a pretty good-looking grill that went down right there, and again, that's a sign of how strong the winds are tonight. And I cannot tell you how many state bird pictures I've had tonight, a bunch of them. Those things are clearly in flight, and again, that's a view from Fayette. And of course, the storms have ended there. The one good thing about this, it is a one and done situation. Once you have had the line, it rains heavily for about 15 minutes, and then you are basically done with it. Let's go right back to the radar here. We'll kind of keep it on me for a minute with the lights over here. It's 125, and so let's just give, like I say, Evans has talked about this, but Birmingham, north and west, severe weather threat is over. You're done. Go to sleep, relax, whatever you want to do, have a party. It's over. You still got rain falling here, but again, the severe threat is now south and east of Birmingham. And let's go up here in northeast Alabama. We'll start with these tornado warnings in effect. And again, we have 3 different polygons up here for northeast Alabama. We'll pop on the high top Weather Service radar. And we have tornado warning polygons for the far northern part of Jackson County. This is for areas north of Scottsboro. Scottsboro is the county seat of Jackson County, which is right here. This includes Stevenson, and again, you can see up toward really Chattanooga, Tennessee. So a tornado warning in effect for the far northeastern part of Jackson County. This area right here has prompted a tornado warning in effect for DeKalb County. Now this Fort Payne is under a separate warning. We have multiple polygons here, but again, this is for the northern part of DeKalb County. This includes Henniger, Ider, Sylvania, and again, you've got that possible tornadic circulation here. Section is a beautiful town sitting up high overlooking the Tennessee River. And again, it's fairly broad. It might not be the tightest circulation we've seen, but as a course of least regret, the Weather Service in Huntsville posting a tornado warning in effect for northern DeKalb County for that circulation. Another circulation near Geraldine, and for that, the Weather Service has posted a tornado warning in effect now for the central and southern part of DeKalb County, and this includes the city of Fort Payne. Fort Payne is here, Valley Head is here. Pretty much the whole county. DeKalb County is under a tornado warning for these 2 different circulations. One here, and possibly a third one right here near Crossville. Interstate 59 is located right here. This is Collinsville. Crossville is right here. Fort Payne is right here. So, but remember, everybody's going to deal with a chance of damaging winds tonight, not necessarily a tornado, but straight line winds. So let's pop back on the reflectivity, and we'll just kind of go down the line. There's the line stretching from Stevenson right down through Fife and Crossville. The line approaching Gadsden. It's about to come into Gadsden. We'll check the camera there in just a moment. But again, in Gadsden, you're about to see a lot of heavy rain for about 15 minutes and strong winds that might gust up to 40, 50 miles an hour. The line stretches down Highway 411, down to Steele and Asheville and St. Clair County. Down to the south, it goes right down Interstate 59 down to Leeds at the point where Jefferson, Shelby, and St. Clair counties all come together. The line is coming down through places like Chelsea and Westover in Shelby County. And on top of the Shelby County Airport, that's where the radar is located. From there, the line extends down into parts of Bibb County, especially south and east of Centerville. From there, the line extends down into parts of Hale County, and again, in Perry County, I should say, not Hale, but Perry. And again, we have a tornado warning in effect for the far eastern part of Perry County. For Marion, the danger is over. If you're in Marion, you're done. No more severe weather, no more tornado warning. The warning is in effect, and again, this is for areas south of Heiberger. Heiberger is here along Highway 5. And again, if this thing happens to hold together, the Weather Service might consider a tornado warning over here for either Autauga, northern Dallas, or Chilton counties. You got Dallas County here, Autauga County here, Chilton County here. And again, that possible tornadic circulation near the town of Perryville, which is to the east of Marion in Perry County. And again, that will keep on moving to the east, and we'll see how they handle that. This is Alabama Highway 22 right here that runs from Maplesville, Stanton, Ryderville, right down to Selma. And again, we're watching that circulation here. So just be aware there's a tornado warning in effect for the southeastern part of Perry County. Let's pop the reflectivity back on. We'll keep going down the line. And again, you can see the line of storms continues down to a point along Alabama Highway 22 and US 80. This is US 80 right here. That's Alabama Highway 22 right here. The storm's coming into Orrville, and from there they extend on down to Catherine and Wilcox County, and then down to near Thomasville in northern Clark County. So that is a long description of this line, and understand it. I could sit here for hours and call out town names. I can't call them all out, but if you're in the path of this, you need to consider being in a safe place as if this were a tornado warning. Small room, lowest floor, near the center, no windows, helmet. Because of the nature of the falling trees, especially if you have trees on your property that might be coming down. That is a course of least regret. And the other thing to consider too, we've learned that many people cannot find their house on a map, and we're not blaming you. It's a function of technology. Now with these phones, you have turn-by-turn directions, and you simply don't need map skill anymore. But for an event like this, for any severe weather event, we have to use maps. We have no choice. And just by able to identify your location, your house on a map like this, it's huge. That will help you and help us in a big way. So we are now at 1:30 on early Sunday morning. We have a line of severe storms in areas east and south of Birmingham, stretching all the way from near Scottsboro in Jackson County down to Thomasville in Clark County. The whole line blanketed by severe thunderstorm warnings, which means that winds should peak at 58 miles per hour or higher in spots. That's the severe criteria, 58 miles per hour or higher. Within the line, we have a couple of spots with tornado warnings up here in parts of Jackson, DeKalb counties in northeast Alabama, and a small part of Perry County to the east of Marion. But again, all these other warnings, these are severe thunderstorm warnings that are currently in effect. So if we can, I want to look at our Gadsden camera, and I think sometimes it's good for you to see what this looks like. If you've not experienced the line yet, this is the camera, and it looks like it's frozen right now, which means the power might be out. On a night like tonight, we have a lot of power outages. The camera is at the municipal complex in Gadsden overlooking the Coosa. Down below, that's Highway 411, Albert Raines Boulevard, and it looks like the camera there is totally frozen. So apparently the power could be out at that spot. So again, we'll go back to the radar, and again, this storm, for those of you in places like Gadsden, it's coming in right now. You've got the high wind. Anniston should be there in about 30 minutes or so. You're about 30 minutes away. Pelt City, you're about 10 minutes away. Sylacauga, you're about 30 minutes away. Again, the storms will come through all of these places. Okay, I-459 is actually not in Gadsden. I-459 is in Birmingham, so that's a Birmingham shot. That's just some light rain we have there. So again, the storms extend down into Shelby County. And again, the storm should be down in Clanton in about 30 to 45 minutes. Storms coming into Maplesville in Chilton County, and all up and down this line. Expect strong, straight line winds. Evan, how's your internet situation over there?
I'm back online here.
Okay, good, because you might check the reports for us.
Yeah,
we can't take Evan's camera because, again, we're on generator power here. And somehow they got me. I'm the guy that needs to be. I look better in the dark. I mean, Evan's a good-looking guy. I mean, but let's take the graphics full screen. We'll get the latest updates from Evan.
All right, maybe next break I'll get my lamp. I brought a handy-dandy lamp to the office. But yeah, here in the dark, I got some damage reports for you guys. I want to start just recently here. River Chase Parkway, which is, right outside of our station, we got some trees down. We also were starting to see reports back in Hale County for that cell that was tornado warned. It appears where that tornado rotation came through, there are some damage reports there, and we have the emergency management on the way. Tree down in the Palmerdale area, and that's a couple of the recent ones I've got here. We also have some trees down in Adamsville on a power line. Multiple reports of trees down on roadways in Adamsville and Concord here at this point. Also have some more from a little bit further back in this event here. Trees and power lines down along County Road 87. This is in Fayette County. A tree blown on a house in 11th Street in Fayette. Siding was blown off of a house as well in Fayette County. A tree blown onto a residence with people trapped. Unknown if there's any injuries. As we get into Lamar County, it looks like a tree fell on County Road 10 near Millport. In Marion County, trees down near the Bear Creek area, and in Sumter County, also some power lines down. So we've had some reports of damage, and again, because it's late, because it's at night, it may take some time to get these reports in. Okay, I want to do what I like to as far as time it out, and let's go section by section and time this out. We'll talk about who in each section is in the clear and who needs a heads up. So let's start down in southern Bibb County, heading into Chilton County. And this has been a part of the line that we've watched. Maplesville, you're in it right now, okay? So from Maplesville over to just south of Clanton here, that'll be about 203. Right here at the edge of Bibb County, the Bibb County, Chilton County line, over towards, say, Thorsby, Jemison, then I-65, about 145 to 150, okay? I'm going to slide this to the north. If you're in Centerville, you're clear. If you're in West Blockton, you're clear. 6 Mile, you're clear. Alabaster, you are now in the clear. Montevallo, it's still raining pretty hard there, but the severe threat up there appears to be coming to an end as you are on the western side of that line. So from Ocampo over to Blue Springs near Lay Lake, about 1:55 to 2 o'clock. I'm going to move this even further to the north here. We'll talk about a couple more areas that are in the clear. Pelham, Helena, Hoover, Bessemer, Birmingham, Chelsea. Now about to be in the clear. Columbiana, no, you are about to be in the midst of it here on the lead edge of this line. Wilsonville, you as well. That's coming in within the next 5 minutes. Harpersville, it's upon you now. Childersburg, it's about to be upon you here. I'm going to clear this out. Let's get the latest on Sylacauga. And this line will be crossing over that 231-280 corridor by about 2 o'clock. So areas just north of Sylacauga, including Sycamore, just after 2 a.m. As we get further north here into Talladega County, now this line is looking a little bit more broken here. You start to see that these returns aren't great. You see how the lead edge of this line is not nearly as sharp as it was. This may be a downward trend. We're getting into the part of the state now, which is interesting, where we were in the 50s at about 5 o'clock this evening. So we may start to see a bit of a precipitous downward trend in strength with this line. Areas near Pell City, that line will be over in Mumford at about 2:08. Talladega, you're coming up at about 2 a.m. You're going to be involved with this line. I'm going to keep going even further north. Springville, Margaret, Moody, Trussville, Leeds, Dunavant, Aniana, all in the clear. Asheville, you're about to be in the clear. Stale, you appear to be in the clear there as well. Raglan, you're about in the thick of things. As we head on over to Anniston, Oxford, you're looking at an arrival time there just after 2 a.m. Chiaha Acres, about 2:05 to 2:10. Weaver, about 2:05 to 2:10. Jacksonville, including the university there, about 10 after 2 o'clock. Gadsden, it's on top of you right now. And this line continues all the way up towards Fort Payne. We do have some viewers in Collinsville that have asked me about that. There's a tornado warning still in place for DeKalb County, including the Collinsville area. This is Highway 11, where it follows I-459. Let me draw that for you in case you cannot see it here on this map. So here's Collinsville right here. And this runs right up towards Fort Payne and then up towards Valley Head, and then you get up towards the Georgia state line here. This initially was a warned for a tornado. I'm going to switch on over to the high top site. We'll see if there's any sign of velocity. And again, not too impressive there as far as the signature. You don't really have much of a notch here. It's just south of Hughes Mill. This is just to the south and west of Fort Payne, and this is moving off to the north and east towards Alpine and eventually near Valley Head if this holds together. And the warnings continue up into Tennessee and the extreme northeastern Alabama. So that's a look at the end of the big picture here. And all of these areas, the entire county of Cherokee is under a severe thunderstorm warning. All of Calhoun County under a severe thunderstorm warning until 2:30. Eventually Cleburne County, Clay County, you will be under a severe thunderstorm warning as this line continues to progress off to the east here. And again, this off to the north, Raglan, Pell City, Jacksonville, the line doesn't look that great anymore. You can certainly see a difference in the structure of this line as you look down towards Jemison and Calera as for the strength of it. And most of the damage reports we have seen here in the short term have come out of the Hoover area. Now we're seeing some reports of power lines down near Stony Brook Trail in West Fultondale. And we are beginning to see some reports of trees down in the Bluntsville area, Highway 15 in Cleveland, 2288 Skyline Drive in Warrior. All these areas are in northern Jefferson or in Blount County. We also have some trees down on Old Montgomery Highway. That is not too far from here. And Irondale, some trees down on a house, no injuries, that's great to hear. South Shades Crest, near Chapel Lane, Hoover Bluff Park, very familiar with that area. Tons of trees right there on the side of Shades Mountain. We have some trees down there as well. So this will continue to be something to watch. And with that in mind, I want to go really quickly here to our watches map, because they're starting to clear folks from the tornado watch, which is always a fun thing to talk about. And that is absolutely what we're seeing here. Is we are cleared of the watch in Walker, Cullman, Marion, Winston, Fayette, Lamar, Pickens, Greene, Hale, Marengo, and Sumter counties, all free of that tornado watch. Great to see there. We are still in the thick of it here along and just to the east of I-65 as you head on down into central Shelby County. And some of these power outage numbers are probably on the rise here now that this has moved through. I know we fell victim to it here. We're on the south side of Hoover. And it appears we've got some winds, getting a ham radio report of 50-mile-an-hour winds in Leeds. So that would put, let's see here, the edge of this line, that verifies there about where that is. Leeds is right back here, so this probably just happened at that intersection of I-20 and Highway 78 there.
Let's go to some new images, Evan, real quick. WEXO 5. And again, we're working on kind of a backup system here, but they're rolling in, and look at that. This is why you don't want to be in a car in a severe thunderstorm. To my knowledge, nobody was in that vehicle, and this is why we're asking people to treat severe thunderstorm warnings like a tornado warning early this morning. If you have trees on your property, you want to be in a small bathroom, closet, hallway, lowest floor, near the center. And again, we've got this in many, many places across Alabama tonight, trees down on roads. The line has taken down a lot of trees. And again, with so much power out, it's so dark, you can't see those trees until you come right up on it. And again, it's just a very, very rough night. Again, we're seeing a lot of video like this as the storms are coming through. If you have power and if you have no damage, you're very blessed. I'll put it that way. Here's some more video, and again, you can see those eddies whipping through that parking lot. We probably have winds in some spots gusting to 40, 50, maybe in some cases 60 miles per hour. And with the saturated soil conditions, it doesn't take a lot to bring down the trees. We had some said 4, 5, 6 inches of rain earlier this week, and it's pretty muddy and pretty soggy. And again, trees come down a lot easier. But again, that's what folks have been dealing with within that line. It takes about 15 minutes for the line to come through, so understand if it's really, really rough where you are now, it will calm down within 10 to 15 minutes. And goodness gracious, we're seeing these all over the place. The old state bird, it is flying tonight. And listen, it's a running gag here, but it's not funny if one damages your property or causes somebody to get hurt here. But those things have really been flying around the state tonight. And again, this is a very common scene. We have a lot of power lines down across roads, and obviously a lot of these lines are probably still hot. And if you get your car involved in that, you just don't want to. That's all kind of trouble there. So those are just, I wanted to just see what it looks like across the state tonight where the storms have come through. So let's kind of reset here. It's 1:42. We'll go back to the radar behind me, and we're watching the line of severe storms now pushing into the eastern part of Alabama. Evan is suggesting the line coming into Anniston about 2 o'clock. Right now it's 1:42, so about 18 to 25 minutes away, 2:08. The storms, of course, have come on through Gadsden. They're going to be coming through Jacksonville at about the same time. There's the line itself. And let's check the northern extent up here real quick, these tornado warnings. Evan, let's go to High Top, and we'll take a look at the 2 tornado warning polygons. These are both in effect for parts of DeKalb County in northeast Alabama. We have the northernmost polygon. This includes Mentone, Valley Head, and Ider. And again, you can see that circulation right there that's near Interstate 59. That'll be coming up top of Lookout Mountain. Valley Head is in the valley. Mentone is up here on top of the mountain here, so that tornadic circulation really close to Mentone. But again, everybody, the whole line, you need to be sheltered, really and truly. But again, with a tornado warning, that just enhances the urgency of being sheltered. And again, this is for this circulation that's approaching Valley Head, Mentone, Lookout Mountain. The southern circulation is really, really broad down here. This thing is broadened out. It's come on through Payne, and that'll be moving into Georgia fairly soon. And really, both of these are fairly broad, but again, there's evidence of some circulation right here just to the south of Fort Payne. And again, I've talked about this a lot. It's a debate in the weather enterprise. What do you do with these QLCS tornadoes? And QLCS is quasi-linear convective system, a squall line. Typically, with these things, they're down for a few minutes and they're gone. Do you even try to warn for them? Because when a warning goes out, by the time it's distributed, disseminated, the tornado is gone. I'm not so sure we're that good, but clearly on a night like tonight, we're asking people to treat severe thunderstorm warnings like tornado warnings. But having said that, we've still got those tornado warning polygons for DeKalb County and northeast Alabama. While we're looking at the view here, let's pop the reflectivity back on, and let's kind of give an all clear. Downtown Fort Payne, you're good. Fort Payne and points off to the west, you're good. Geraldine, Fife, Rainsville, the worst is over. Again, we're one and done. One and done tonight. When this thing passes, you're good. It's going to rain on you, sure, but in terms of the severe threat. So the storms are coming into Weiss Lake here. This is Center. This is Leesburg. This is Weiss Lake, Cedar Bluff, and Galesville. And obviously, we have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Cherokee. Everybody's under a severe thunderstorm warning in advance of this. And again, for those of you around Weiss Lake, you can expect winds of 40, 50 miles an hour, enough to cause tree and power line damage. So let's keep working our way down to the south. Now, for the city of Gadsden, downtown Gadsden, you're good. The worst is now east of you. It's down toward Glencoe and Hoax Bluff. That's where the strong winds are occurring now, and that'll be coming into northern Calhoun soon. It'll be down here toward Alexandria, Angel, Jacksonville, Pleasant Valley, the school here, Roy Webb Road, all these places. You're going to deal with it in the next 15 minutes or so. From there, the storms extend right down on top of Lake Neely Henry. Ohatchee is right here. This is Lake Neely Henry on the Coosa. The storms extend right down the Coosa River. They're about to come into Lincoln and Talladega. Those are towns right in the path of this thing next. Storms right on top of Pell City. It's a rough ride. If you're in Pell City, it's not a pleasant moment here. You got those really strong winds and heavy rain. The storms extend on down to the south, right on top of Logan Martin Lake, which is right here. From there, the storms are down in Shelby County, affecting Harpersville, Wilsonville, Columbiana, Calera, and then into Chilton County, affecting the northern part of Chilton County, Jemison and Thorsby. They're going to be in downtown Clanton in about 5 minutes, that line of storms. From there, storms continue down into southwest Chilton County toward Maplesville, Stanton, Ryderville. Then right down Highway 22 to Selma, line of storms right on top of Selma right now. From there, right down to Old Cahaba. That used to be the Alabama state capital right there a long time ago, but they had to move it because of constant floods. That's where the Cahaba runs into the Alabama River. And from there, it runs on down into Wilcox County, down around Camden. So again, that's the length of the storm here. And again, within this, inevitably, we've got some damage, obviously, and again, we've had structural damage tonight, especially up in the shoals. It looks like out of all the reports I've seen, it could be some of the most significant damage is up around Tuscumbia. Again, it might have been a small tornado. And again, the hard part about this, tomorrow morning at the first light of day, it's sorting out the damage, what was caused by straight line winds, what was caused by a brief tornado. For most all the tree damage and the structural damage is going to be straight line winds, but there could be an isolated tornado in here somewhere. So that's the situation. And again, the good news, I've not seen any injuries tonight, which is good. I think people have been hearing the messaging and that this was going to be a rough night with strong, damaging straight line winds. And hopefully we're going to get through the night without any injuries, which is good. But Evan, I'm seeing just a whole lot of tree reports down, a whole lot of them.
Yeah, a lot of tree reports. And James, the people are obviously listening to you. We got several people who say that they're in their storm shelter, they're in their basement, which is great to hear because we have not had a ton of tornado warnings so far this evening. And a lot of times, you know, as a kid, that's what I thought, oh, thank goodness it's a severe thunderstorm warning, not a tornado warning. And I only found out later in life that you can take those as seriously, and they can be as significant when it comes to damage. So I'm trying to follow these comments here. Yeah, Logan Martin, you're coming up on the worst of it here. That's right over Pell City. Looks like it's slowing down in South Side. I'm getting a lot of reports of power outages in Jemison and Clanton, which holds up because that is what we've got, some of the most intense part of this line. So I'm going to put this back into a no lapse mode, and I want to zoom into Chilton County. You're going to notice a difference. See how pronounced this line is coming through Chilton County? I mean, this is a very, very sharp lead edge. There's no clutter with this. Clanton, this will be within the next 2 to 3 minutes. We'll be moving right over downtown, the intersection of 31, 145, and I-65. If you are over in Campbell, you're clear. If you're in Ocampo, you're clear. Calera even. Yes, we still got some lightning, but you're on the backside of the line, which means we are in the clear. Shelby Springs, Columbiana, had a couple people messaging about that just a few minutes ago. And Columbiana, you look okay. Wilsonville, you're still in the thick of it. We'll go ahead and say heads up Sylacauga. We'll do a time of arrival for Sylacauga here. I'm trying my best to do not missing any places and following the chat here. So just after 2 o'clock, give it another 15 minutes and it'll be in Sylacauga. Childersburg, it's on top of you now. If you're in Sycamore, which is Highway 21, that runs off to the north towards Alpine and eventually into Talladega itself. Moving even further north along the line, we've got this stretch here near Alpine. And if we look at the part of the line, this is headed towards Chinabee, Chandler Springs, Aaron as well by about 2:15 here this morning. Rocky Ridge, you're in the middle of it as well. Pell City, this deluge just past you. This is smack dab over the bridge there at Logan Martin where the Coosa runs through St. Clair and the border of Talladega County. Lincoln, you're next up. I've had several questions about the Oxford-Anniston area. That is going to be next up, so I'm going to do a line here from basically Morrisville and Ohatchee over to Anniston, about 205, Weaver 205 to 210, and Jacksonville right around 210 to 215. And I will say this, notice the difference along this part of the line versus what we had here before. And this is simply not as well organized up here in Calhoun County. Obviously, you take this seriously, but just from an eyeball perspective, it does not appear that this part of the line looks as threatening as other parts off to the south. So we're going to keep a close eye on this. Again, severe thunderstorm warning is in place for all of Calhoun County, all of Cherokee County, and soon to be Cleburne County as well. So let's see, do I have anything else? Anniston, yep, you're coming up just after 2 o'clock. Hoover, we're still getting reports of outages there. The worst, though, is past Hoover. So if I go back to the big picture here, if you are behind this line that I'm about to put on here, and I'm going to try to make it about as big as I can so you can see it. This may be a little bit obnoxious, we'll see, but this is going to be the line where if you are to the west of, you are in the clear, and it goes from the Gadsden area all the way down past Alabaster, Calera, Valley Grande, and yes, that is an obnoxious line, but that gives you the idea. If you're behind this, you're clear. I'd say we're probably over half the viewing area now is in the clear, which is certainly great to see. And areas of note to include there, Centerville, Jemison, you're just now in the clear. Calera, Wilton, Alabaster, Chelsea, Columbiana, soon to be in the clear. Harpersville, you're on the tail end of it. Birmingham, Hueytown, Trussville, Odenville, Pell City, you're now in the clear. Asheville, you're in the clear. Steele, Gadsden. Ohatchee, you're still kind of sitting right on the edge there. Center, Weiss Lake, again, wind still coming across the lake there pretty good. Cedar Bluff, a few more minutes and you'll be in the clear. Back towards Reese City. Walnut Grove, Sneed, Baileyton, Holly Pond, Cleveland, Locust Fork, Hayden, all along I-65 from Birmingham to Cullman. Everywhere along I-22 is in the clear, and everywhere I-2059 to the west as you leave the 459 split, all also in the clear. With that, this is becoming a concentrated area now on the eastern side of the state, including areas from southern Chilton all the way up through Talladega County and into Calhoun County. So the next up, really the big areas are going to be Jacksonville, Anniston, Talladega, Sylacauga, Childersburg, it's happening now, Clanton, it's happening now, and this will continue to cross over the Coosa River here within the next little while near Lay Lake, and this is continuing to head off to the east here. Some very heavy rains. I'm trying my best to answer here. We had a question about Elmore County. You're still up Elmore County. That's going to be here well to the south as you get down towards Wetumpka and Eclectic. This line, still a little bit of ways here, so I'll do a little draw from, say, Enterprise in Chilton County over towards Eclectic. We got about 250 or so, give or take, to Wetumpka from this line in Elmore County, about 230, 235 to Wetumpka. For those asking about Alexander City, this will be coming up on Alexander City by about 240, Dadeville and Lake Martin about 255, and other areas in the path of this line now include Lineville, which Clay County, you're not in a warning right now. I think they might extend this, or maybe they've seen some of the trends. The National Weather Service, that is, they're really, really good at keeping us up to date on these warnings, canceling them when they're done. Re-extending them, but we'll wait and see. But Clay County, you're next up. The Talladega Mountains are right in here, and we're likely to see this crossing over and into our furthest eastern counties here in the short term. Let's see. Moody, you're good to go. Clanton, getting a lot of power outages. Jemison, you're clear. Jackson County, off in northern Alabama, you're about to be in the clear. Calera, makes sense. So we're still seeing some good heavy rain there. Randolph County, Roanoke area, that's a good one. Haven't talked about that yet. That is off to the east. And if you're in Roanoke, as far as the time of arrival, we do have a good ways to go, I think, before this line gets there. So I'm going to put that a little bit closer to about 3 a.m. there. Same with Wedowee there in central Randolph County, 2:45. And what's coming through Anniston right now will be in Heflin at about 2:15 here this morning. So all up and down this line, we still have warnings in place for northeastern Alabama, Fort Payne. A tornado warning does still exist, although I think we'll be able to clear those. Yeah, James, there's not, that's just hasn't been canceled yet.
Right.
This has moved into Georgia.
Well, let's just say if you're in DeKalb County, the danger's over from tornadoes, which is good. Let's go to WEX 05 full screen. Again, we just want to show you what it looks like around Alabama tonight. That's a very, very, very common scene across northwest Alabama. So again, I'm telling you, if the storms have come through your location, if you don't have damage, if you have power, you're blessed, and you need to be thankful for that, because a lot of folks are dealing with this. That looks like a shed that was maybe blown over back in the back of someone's yard there. And goodness, we have had so many images like this of trees that have come down on vehicles this morning. And goodness, I hope nobody was in that particular vehicle. And by the way, thanks to all of you for the reports you're sending in via social tonight. I've got hundreds and hundreds of these, and they're very, very helpful. This is our window to the world. Again, this is a very, very common sight. We've got trees down in many roads across the state, and that's a real problem. I'll tell you what, I've worked a lot of events where folks have slammed into downed trees on a road and they are seriously injured. We've had some loss of life from situations like that. So obviously the object of the game, it is not to be driving this morning. Again, there's another tree into a vehicle here. I want to say this was up in the Shoals, and I will say it sure looks like there could have been a small tornado that came through Tuscumbia and parts of the Shoals area earlier tonight, actually last night, as this line entered the northwestern part of the state. But the low-level jet really kicked in, and the winds have been just so extreme across the state tonight. We've seen, again, scenes like this over and over and over. And for those in the path of the line, we're not done yet. Understand, for Birmingham, it points north and west, the risk is over. But if you're south and east of that line, you've still got to deal with it. But the good news about this, it's one and done. You deal with it for about 15 minutes and it's over, and that's it. There's not a secondary line. It's going to rain some, but again, nothing severe. So let's go back to the graphics, and again, we'll focus initially on northeast Alabama. The storms are right on top of Weiss Lake. Center is right here. So again, Weiss Lake, then curving down into Calhoun County, Piedmont, Jacksonville, Weaver, Anniston. You're about to get it, right up and down Highway 21. Again, you can expect winds of 40, maybe 50 miles an hour. This is enough to knock down trees and power lines. It's going to be a rough ride. The storms are on top of the city of Talladega right now, right on top of the Talladega Super Speedway, the city of Talladega. From there, the storms extend south down toward Childersburg and Alpine. We have a tornado warning in effect now. There's the little notch. You see it right there. This is going to be for northern Coosa County. And this is for areas north of Rockford. This is between Rockford and Sylacauga. So again, we have evidence of what could be a small tornado right here. And again, these tonight have not lasted long at all. They last for maybe a few minutes and they're gone. So potential for a tornado. Again, the town of Weogufka is located right here. This is U.S. Highway 231. This is U.S. Highway 280. And again, Goodwater is here. That's Alabama Highway 9. So northern Coosa County. This does not include Rockford. But again, the messaging is so hard because we're talking about potential for a small tornado. Everybody, all of you, will deal with the line of storms with the chance of damaging straight line winds. We're just talking about a small isolated tornado here, where the bigger picture, it's the damaging winds that affects everybody. But again, this is the reason the Weather Service has pulled the trigger on that tornado warning. An isolated tornado could be scooting across northern Coosa. Again, Rockford is right here. This is the county seat. Rockford's not in the polygon, but you're going to see strong winds when the storms come through there. Again, this is U.S. Highway 280. That's U.S. Highway 231. This is Alabama Highway 9. Kellyton is here, so again, just be aware that we have a potential tornado that's going to be crossing through northern Coosa County, north of Rockford. That's part of this long squall line here. So again, that warning just popped up. And of course, the whole county is under a severe thunderstorm warning. And again, the encouragement here, if you have trees on your property that might fall on your house, treat this like a tornado warning. Go to a small interior room, hall, closet, bathroom, lowest floor, near the center of the house, away from windows. And if you got a helmet, put it on like a tornado. Bicycle helmet, football helmet, motorcycle helmet. That if a tree comes through your house, you'll be thankful that you took those precautions like it was a tornado. And that's a definite possibility. And again, you saw from the images, a lot of folks have dealt with that tonight. So again, the tornado warning for northern Coosa, north of Rockford. Let's pop the reflectivity back on. We'll keep working our way down the line. We're just kind of going down the whole line here. So from there, the line extends south of Clanton. The worst is kind of winding down in Clanton, and it's coming into Verbena, right here along Highway 31, and Marbury. Marbury is right across the line. I was at Marbury Middle School this past week, Love-Autauga County, and again, that's going to be crossing down into Autauga County, which is here, Marbury. The line runs down toward Independence. It has come on through Billingsley, and it's about to come into Autaugaville. This is Alabama Highway 14 right here. From there, the line extends down into the eastern part of Dallas County. The line has come on through Selma. If you're in Selma, danger's over. You can go to sleep. The worst of the weather coming into Lowndes County. The line extends down into Wilcox County near Camden. The worst is actually over for Camden. It'll be coming into Pine Level and parts of eastern Wilcox County, then ultimately into Butler and Lowndes counties here. I said Pine Level. Pineapple is what I meant to say. These are my people down here. This is Butler County and Greenville. So again, there's warnings for the whole line. So let's look at the whole line. There's the whole big old line, a line of severe storms rolling through Alabama from the northeastern corner of the state around Weiss Lake, then curving down to near Piedmont, near Clanton and Verbena, down to Camden. And again, the storms within the next 30 minutes will be coming into Anniston, coming into Sylacauga, coming into Rockford, Alexander City, coming into Prattville, Montgomery, and Hayneville down in Lowndes County. And within this line, we've seen no evidence of weakening. So again, we could easily see strong straight line winds, perhaps in excess of 40, 50 miles an hour. I've not seen weakening. Evan, how about you?
No, I thought briefly on the northern side that it looked a little bit weaker. And of course, as soon as I said that, it intensified and we saw more lightning strikes. So I'll just keep my mouth shut on that part. But the line is impressive, and it has been impressive. Maybe that was wishful thinking on my part looking at that here. But I got to say, if you're here just to the south of Sylacauga here in northern Coosa County, I mean, this is a pretty good edge here. And whether this has a tornado or not doesn't really matter, because you've got strong winds with it. So when you see these wind returns, you know, we see the red away, green towards, and what we've got here is at least some pretty strong winds moving away from the radar, and you're going to have strong winds. So this is a little bit of ways from the radar site, but that's pixel querying a 70 mile an hour wind, 73 mile an hour wind aloft. So that is certainly a strong wind. And understand, if there's not a tornado here, there's still strong winds. So take this seriously. I know a couple people who live in Stewartville, just south of Sylacauga, take this seriously. In fact,